Section 10 of Finland and the Tsars, 1809 to 1899, by Joseph Robert Fisher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 10. The Attack on the Constitution. The St. Petersburg officials were not, however, going to content themselves with merely obstructing the working of the Finnish constitution. Towards the end of the 80s, it became clear that they aimed at its complete destruction. Finland's unification with Russia was to be taken in hand in earnest. It was at this period that the campaign was opened against the Grand Duchy in the pan-Slavist press, and it was openly asserted in newspapers, pamphlets, and books whose official origin was obvious that the pledges of Alexander I and the constitutionalism of Alexander II were alike out of date. Finland was to have such rights and privileges as were permitted in St. Petersburg, and no more. It will be recollected that when in 1863 the work of drafting a law of the Diet was taken in hand, the committee was also charged with the preparation of a new form of government to take the place of the two Swedish acts, the Regeringsformen of 1772 and the Förenings- och Säkerhetsakten of 1789. This, with the law of the Diet sanctioned in 1869, would have given Finland a complete written constitution. But the task was a difficult one. The delays were many, and the opportunity was lost. In 1885, the committee engaged on the task issued its report with a draft law, but the Russian officials, men of a different stamp from those of 1863, were clamorous, and the scheme was vetoed. This was followed up by the adoption of a course of action which conveyed a direct menace to Finland's rights of self-government. In 1890, 3 commissions were appointed to study and prepare plans for bringing Finland into line with the Empire in matters relating to postage, coinage, and customs duties. These were obviously matters to be considered by the Finnish Senate or by the Secretary of State for Finland and his committee, and the handing of them over to commissions, preponderantly Russian, was a direct violation of constitutional practice. A deputation, consisting of the speakers of the 4 estates of the Diet, which proceeded to St. Petersburg to remonstrate, was, however, not received. In 1891, a similar commission, under the presidency of Monsieur Bunge, a Russian ex-minister of finance, was appointed to draw up regulations for the provinces of the Grand Duchy of Finland. The introduction of the word provinces, showing the intention to ignore, so far as possible, the political unity of the country, and this commission set to work in total disregard of guaranteed rights. The Postal Commission recommended a concentration of the services, and the process of Russification in this respect has now been completed. A decree of August 1899 prohibiting the use of Finnish postage stamps after the current year. These acts of aggression convinced some of the newly appointed senators that the position of the Finnish Senate was being rendered farcical, and Senators Mechelin and Weisenberg resigned their seats on that body. When the Diet met in 1891, the Marshal of the Nobles and the Talman, or Speaker, of each of the other 3 estates responded to the opening message by a vigorous protest and reiteration of their constitutional rights. The Tsar issued a conciliatory reply, but the unification tendencies of the officials were not checked, and in May of the same year the Finnish committee in St. Petersburg was dissolved, and the Finnish Secretary of State, General Ehrnrooth, resigned. The Diet of 1894 drew up a petition to the Tsar, pointing out the unconstitutional nature of recent actions, but it led to no result. In this year, indeed, a new line of aggression was opened up in the shape of attempts to force the Russian language on Finnish officials, whilst the press censorship began to be applied more severely than ever, the suppression of articles being a matter of almost daily occurrence. The death of Alexander III made no change, for Russia's Finnish policy was now so entirely in the hands of the reactionary officials that the signing by the new Tsar of the pledge to confirm and ratify the fundamental laws and to maintain them steadfastly and in full force, at the moment when these laws were being encroached upon in every direction in the name of the Tsar, could only be regarded in Finland as a solemn mockery. The Diet of 1897, the last regular Diet that has been held, was remarkable chiefly for a revival of the party struggles between Fennomans and Svecomans on the language question, but a settlement arrived at through the action of the Senate put an end to what could only be regarded as a deplorable exhibition of discord at such a national crisis. Governor von Heyden resigned in the same year, and for a time no successor was appointed. Just at this moment there was, in fact, for a little while, a slight relaxation in the pressure from Russia, the calm before the storm. The sudden resignation, June 11th, 1898, of General von Dane, Finnish Secretary of State, was the first warning of danger, as it was shortly known that measures had been pressed upon him which his loyalty to the Finnish constitution forbade him to undertake, and in a few weeks the whole battery of the Russian attack was unmasked. It must be admitted that General Kuropatkin, the War Minister, who had the business in hand, showed a curious disregard for the Tsar's feelings in forcing the question to the front at the very time when Nicholas II was elaborating his manifesto pointing out to the world that the rapid increase of armaments strikes at public prosperity at its very source, and that the present was a favourable moment for seeking the most effective means of ensuring to all peoples the benefits of a real and durable peace, and above all, of putting an end to the progressive development of the present armaments. The attempt to enforce a quadrupling of Finnish armaments in a time of profound peace was surely a cynical commentary on the doctrines of this manifesto, and the martially inclined ministers and Grand Dukes must have derived much enjoyment from their practical joke at the expense of the ideologue Tsar. Not only was this unprecedented increase to be made, but it was to be made unconstitutionally by direct edict from St. Petersburg. This last outrage, however, the acting Finnish secretary, General Procope, was able by direct remonstrance with the Tsar to prevent, and it was decided to call a special Diet in January 1899 to consider the new army scheme. That unification was now to have its full course was manifest, not only from the military proposals, but also from the choice of General Bobrikov, who had already had extensive Russifying experience in the Baltic provinces, to fill the vacant governorship of Finland. The new governor was informed that it would be his duty to bring about the closest union of the country, Finland, with the common fatherland. As the military bill ultimately laid before the Diet, and the manifesto of February 15th, 1899, which swiftly followed it, will be discussed fully in the chapters devoted to them, only the general course of events need be indicated here. General Bobrikov opened the Diet on January 24th, and in his speech openly threatened unconstitutional steps in the case the War Minister's proposals were not accepted. In the Diet, where all party disputes had now been dropped, the numerous illegalities that had been committed in preparation and presentation of the measure were pointed out, and this gave the desired pretext for the delivery of the manifesto of February 15th and the accompanying statutes, which had been secretly prepared by still another commission sitting in St. Petersburg. All such proclamations and statutes must pass through the Senate before being promulgated in Finland, and there was much division of opinion as to the course to be adopted at this unexampled juncture. At last the voting was found to be equal, 10 senators having had the courage to declare that the proclamation was altogether void and illegal, and therefore ought not to be issued. The others, also 10, were in favour of publishing it under protest, and by the casting vote of the Vice-President, that course was adopted. The Procurator General, in accordance with his duty as the legal adviser of the Senate, pointed out that the manifesto was a direct violation of the Constitution, and the Senate drew up a formal written protest, but when the Vice President and the Procurator General attempted to present it to the Tsar, as was their right, they were refused audience. The Diet also protested unanimously, and in the name of all the estates. But when the Marshal of the Nobles and the three speakers endeavoured to reach the Emperor, they were also turned away. The same fate awaited the great petition signed by practically the whole adult population of Finland. Reactionary officialdom has succeeded in raising between Nicholas II and his Finnish subjects a high wall across which no truth-speaking voice is to be allowed to reach the Tsar. End of section 10. Section 11 of Finland and the Tsars, 1809 to 1899, by Joseph Robert Fisher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 11a, Constitutional Machinery, Part 1. The story of Finland's connection with Russia under the five Tsars will already have conveyed some idea of the nature and the working of the Finnish constitution. It becomes necessary, however, at this stage to give something like a complete sketch of the institutions guaranteed to Finland 90 years ago, and confirmed and extended by successive rulers. The greater part of this constitutional machinery is not, properly speaking, a matter of controversy at all, the facts being indisputable, for although Russian writers acting under official inspiration, and even very highly placed personages, have not hesitated to assert that Finland possesses no right that cannot be taken away by the stroke of a pen, the openly official attack does not yet go so far. Exception is of course taken in Finland to the wording of the manifesto of February 15th, 1899, but for present purposes the first paragraph of that document may be taken as embodying the official Russian version of the relations between the two countries, and there it is stated that Finland possesses by the gracious consent of the Tsar Alexander I of blessed memory, and of his august heirs, special institutions with respect to interior administration and legislation. Before examining the manifesto further, and seeing whether and how far it violates the Finnish constitution, we must make clear what those special institutions are. The objection that the special institutions of Finland were not at the time expressly stated to include the Swedish fundamental laws of 1772 and 1789 has already been dealt with. There is ample documentary evidence that Alexander I was made aware of the importance of those acts as virtually embodying the constitution which he accepted at Borgo. And in the second place, as none of the Russian critics has been able to suggest any other fundamental acts to which the Tsar could possibly have intended to refer, the objection is not worth further notice. The form of government enacted by the Swedish Diet in 1772 superseded all previous constitutional laws since 1680, and the later acts of 1789 are in the nature of a modification and amendment of the original act. The essential principle of a law-governed state can be traced far back in Scandinavian law. Indeed, the provisions of the second paragraph of the Act of 1772 are, in effect, a repetition of the wording of a 15th century statute, the King's Chapter of the Law of the Land of 1442. There it is laid down that to the king it belongs to rule his kingdom as the law directs, he and no other. He shall maintain, love, and guard right and truth. Evil and injustice shall he forbid, avert, and suppress. He shall do no injury to no man, in life or honour, body or goods, who has not been legally presented or condemned. He shall deprive no man, nor permit any man to be deprived of his movable or immovable property, without legal examination and judgment. He shall rule the land according to the King's Chapter of the Law of the Land. These were the ideas ingrained in the very nature of the Scandinavian race from time immemorial, and the mingled Swedish and Finnish people grew up under them. These two fundamental laws, the Regeringsformen and the Förenings- och Säkerhetsakten, constitute, as has already been explained, no novel or revolutionary code. They really tend to strengthen the royal prerogative, which had suffered under the oligarchic usurpations of the nobles. Alexander II, therefore, quite correctly appealed to these statutes when, in sanctioning the law of the Diet of 1869, he wished to guard intact his royal prerogatives as the Grand Duke of Finland. The provisions of the law of 1772 with regard to legislation are clear and precise. Sections 40 and 41 of the form of government are as follows.
The king shall make no new law, nor abolish an old one, without the knowledge and consent of the estates. The estates of the realm shall abolish no old law, nor make a new law, without the king's yea and consent.
And Section 45 has a special bearing on the present aggression.
The king's majesty shall defend and protect the realm, especially against foreign and hostile powers, but he shall not against the law, royal oath, and assurance, impose upon his subjects war levies, new tributes, taxes, and other changes without the knowledge, free will, and assent of the estates of the realm, with the exception only in case of disaster. If the realm were to be attacked by a military force, then the king's majesty has the right to take such steps as are in accord with the security of the realm and the welfare of his subjects. But as soon as the war ceases, the estates must meet, and the new taxes imposed on account of the war shall cease immediately.
With regard to laws which are classed as constitutional or fundamental, there is a special provision, Section 71, in the law of the Diet of 1869, which must be cited here.
A fundamental law can be made, altered, interpreted, or repealed only on the representation of the Emperor and Grand Duke, and with the consent of the estates.
The chief fundamental laws which, since the Union, have been passed in Finland and for Finland are the law of the Diet of 1869, of which a clause has just been cited, and which fixes legislative procedure, 14 paragraphs of the military service law of 1878, which are specially declared therein to be fundamental, certain franchise laws of 1879, and the law of 1886 granting to the Diet the right to initiate legislation. In ordinary matters of civil law, Finland is subject to the common law of Sweden, which may be cited much as the English common law is cited in American states, and, above all, to the general law of 1734, so far as the civil side of that code is concerned. In criminal matters, the Finnish Penal Code of 1894 is, of course, decisive. There are also a considerable number of royal and imperial, or rather grand ducal, ordinances, which have the force of law, since by the ancient Swedish constitution the king had in certain not very clearly defined cases, where no properly enacted law was applicable, the right to issue decrees that had the effect of law. Originally there was no strict distinction in the way of classification made between the laws passed by the Diet and by the executive government, but it is customary now to use the word law exclusively in the former case and ordinance in the latter. The people, on their part, are required to yield to the sovereign obedience within the law, like true men and subjects, as the old 15th century formula has it, and by the new penal code it is made clear that fealty is due to the Tsar, not only as regards the Grand Duchy of Finland, but also as regards the Empire, and crimes against the safety of Finland or of Russia are declared to be treason. Freedom and citizenship are the right of all not subject to legal condemnation. Villanage was abolished in Sweden, including Finland, in 1335, and, as we have already seen, the effect of the reunion of Viborg with Finland in 1811 was that those who in that province had been serfs under Russian law at once became free citizens in Finland. Formerly, the estates or orders of the population were the possessors of various privileges which have only slowly died out, such as freedom from taxation and the right on the part of the nobles to be tried only by their own order. The throne of Finland is, as expressed in Article 4 of the Russian Fundamental Law, inseparably united to that of Russia. There is naturally no Finnish act of succession, the succession being governed by the family law of the Russian imperial house. The Emperor of Russia becomes ipso facto Grand Duke of Finland, but all Grand Dukes on their accession sign the Act of Assurance guaranteeing the Finnish constitution, whereupon the Finnish officials take the oath of allegiance. This Act of Assurance, in fact, takes for Finland the place of the coronation oath. The sovereign has the right to fix the date for the opening or the closing of a diet, and to appoint the president of each of the four estates. Until 1886, he alone had the right to initiate legislation. Since that date, the estates share that right in the case of ordinary laws, but the emperor still retains the exclusive right in the case of amendments to the fundamental laws. Laws passed by the Diet are of no effect unless sanctioned by him. Financially, it is obvious that with a Diet meeting only once every 3, 4, 5 years, no continuous control in details can be possible. The sovereign, therefore, has the right to fix the annual budget subject to such financial regulations as are drawn up by the Diet. To the sovereign belongs the right of conferring honours, of granting pardons, or of reducing sentences. He represents the interests of Finland in respect to foreign states, and possesses the right of making treaties so far as their provisions do not conflict with the law. It is his right and his duty to provide for the country and for the organization and arming of the troops for that purpose. This important prerogative is of special importance at a moment when the question of its extent and its limitations is so prominently before the country. The Emperor is directly represented in Finland by the Governor-General, and the government is carried on by a Senate composed of Finnish subjects. The correspondence relating to Finland is carried on through the office of the Minister-Secretary of State for Finland in St. Petersburg. Formerly there was attached to the Secretariat a Committee for Finland, but that body was dissolved early in the present decade. The Senate is a peculiar body, without a precise parallel in any other country. Least of all does it resemble the Senate or upper legislative chamber in France or the United States of America, except in so far as those bodies may, quite exceptionally, be called upon to act in a judicial capacity. The Finnish Senate is composed of the heads of the public officers, and in that respect it corresponds to an English ministry, and it also has in its collective capacity certain advisory and executive functions that are difficult to define. Finally, in one of its sections, it acts as the Supreme Court of Appeal. The separation of the judiciary and the executive is supposed to be a fundamental principle of constitutional government in Western lands. All that can be said for the Finnish system is that it has worked efficiently for the best part of a century, and seems to have given complete satisfaction to the country. The Senate differs essentially from an English ministry in that it is in no way responsible to the Diet. Its members are appointed directly by the Tsar from among his Finnish subjects, and their tenure of office is for 3 years, renewable at pleasure. The titular head of the Senate is the Governor-General, but in practice he never attends or takes part in the proceedings, his place being taken by a vice-president. Matters which come within the scope of the direct decision of the sovereign are, as a rule, first considered by the Senate before being presented to him. The main division of the Senate is into 2 departments, the Department of Justice, which is at once a Ministry of Justice and a Supreme Court of Appeal, and the Department of Economy, which has charge of the administrative work of the country. For certain objects, the 2 departments sit together and form the plenum. Each department consists of 10 members, including a vice-president. The Department of Justice, acting as a court of appeal, sits generally in 2 divisions. The Economy Department, or, as it is more convenient to call it, the administration, is divided into 8 divisions, or expeditions, each presided over by a senator. The most important officer of the Senate is the procurator, who is appointed by the emperor and attends all the sittings. He advises the Senate in legal matters, and judicially occupies a position similar to that of the French procureur général. The administrative department has control over practically all the business of the country that does not relate either to the Department of Justice or to the military command, which latter is exercised by the Governor-General as the direct representative of the Tsar. It guides and supervises the work of the different sections, and in some cases acts as the court of appeal from their decisions. The divisions of the administration are the Civil Division, which has charge of public health, poor laws, provincial and commercial government, communal government, police and the collection of statistics. The division which controls the post office, telegraphs, telephones, roads, and posting, public buildings, prison, naturalization, emigration, and the preservation of the text of the laws. The Finance Division, which prepares the budget, superintends the income and expenditure of the state, controls the state funds and grain stores, the debt, the coinage, and the banks. The Control Division, which attends to such matters as the land tax system, the levying of taxes, public accounts, financial control, state lands and fisheries. The Military Division, which directs the organization and armament of the Finnish army, the military budget, cadet schools, etc. The Public Worship and Education Division, which has charge of the affairs of the Lutheran State Church, 98% of the population, as well as those relating to the Greek Orthodox communities and the dissenters. It also regulates the school system, the university, and matters relating to science and art. The Agricultural Division, which is devoted to the advancement of agriculture, agricultural education, drainage, canals, and railways. The Commerce and Industry Division, which controls the trade, navigation, pilotage, lighthouses, harbours, minerals, and all trades and industries and commercial shipping and industrial schools. The divisions are generally charged with the oversight of the work of their departments, with the preparation of proposals for reform, and with the execution of those reforms when enacted. The senator, who is at the head of the division, has complete control over it, but in the meetings of the administration as a whole, each senator has an equal vote. The Senate as a whole meets either in general plenum of all its members, or in the lesser plenum consisting of 4 members from each department. The general plenum considers and prepares proposals for legislation to be submitted to the Emperor for presentation to the Diet, reports to the Emperor on proposals and petitions from the estates, and receives and promulgates laws and proclamations sanctioned by the Emperor. The lesser plenum decides matters relating to the administration of justice that are not specially dealt with by the Department of Justice, and considers international questions that arise in connection with the law courts. The Governor-General, as representing the Emperor, is the Chief of the Executive, Chief of the Finnish Army, and President of the Senate. He receives the Emperor's messages and hands them on to the Senate, and in return receives the reports of the Senate and forwards them to the office of the Minister Secretary of State for Finland. In cases where he is not in agreement with the Senate, he has the right to record his dissent. He exercises general supervision over the affairs of the Grand Duchy, and reports thereon to the Emperor. He nominates for the Emperor's approval new senators, presidents of courts, and governors of provinces. He has general superintendence over the police, and commands the Russian troops quartered in Finland. The procurator has to see that the laws are observed by public officials, and is thus, in a sense, the legal coadjutor of the Governor-General. He attends all the general sittings of the Senate, and advises on legal matters. Should the Governor-General or the Senate in any way transgress the law, it is the duty of the procurator to take objection, and to direct attention to the law transgressed, and, if this should be unavailing, to report on the matter to the Emperor. He instructs the public prosecutors throughout the country, and institutes proceedings against officials guilty of illegal acts, either on his own initiative, or upon complaints made to him in virtue of his office. He controls the tribunals, and the sentences and treatment of prisoners. He reports to each Diet at its meeting on the administration of justice and the application of the laws. The Secretary of State for Finland has charge of business requiring the decision of the Emperor. He reports to the Emperor on all matters, military affairs excepted, which are submitted by the Senate. For this purpose, a statement of the case is drawn up in Russian, together with the report of the Senate, and the views of the governor should he differ. The Emperor's decisions are expressed either in a manifesto or a rescript, signed by him and countersigned by the Secretary of State, the originals being forwarded to the Governor-General, or by annotations in the margin of the Secretary's report. In this latter case, the Emperor's decision is communicated to the Governor-General in a letter from the Minister-Secretary, who is responsible for the conformity of the dispatch with the expressed wish of the sovereign. All documents exchanged are to be in both the Swedish and the Russian languages, and the first secretaries are responsible for the conformity of the texts. The Minister-Secretary is the intermediary for correspondence with the imperial ministers and other high authorities on matters which relate to the Empire as well as to the Grand Duchy. There may also be direct communication between the Governor-General and the imperial authorities in executive cases. All these details of administration are of importance in view of the changes that have been attempted within the last few months. The position and functions of the Minister-Secretary for Finnish Affairs constitute the keystone of the whole system of administration inaugurated by Alexander I and sanctioned and confirmed by his successors. The Finlanders justly fear that if this office is allowed to be pushed to one side, and Finland dealt with by Russian ministers direct, or if the post of secretary be held by a Russian official, there will soon be an end of Finnish autonomy. There are, however, admittedly certain cases in which the imperial ministers are entitled to act directly for the Grand Duchy and not through the office of the Secretary for Finland. Cases arising in connection with the departments of foreign affairs and of war. Finland, having no independent foreign relations, is represented in all her dealings with other countries in connection with such matters as tariffs, naturalization, passports, consulates, etc., by the Russian Minister for Foreign Affairs, and that minister in such cases reports to the Emperor direct, and not through the Finnish Secretary. The Foreign Office, in fact, assumes for the moment the position and duties of the Finnish Secretariat, and corresponds with the Emperor on the one hand, and with the Governor-General and the Senate on the other. Further, if a proposed treaty with a foreign power contains provisions by which a law of Finland would be altered, that portion of the treaty must be referred to Finland and treated and decided by the competent Finnish authorities. Such treaties, when ratified, are officially communicated to the Senate by the Russian Foreign Office, and are published in the collection of the laws of Finland. Russian consulates abroad are required to apply the laws of Finland to cases that arise in which Finnish subjects and Finnish shipping and commercial interests are involved, a matter not without its difficulties when it is realized that such officials are usually equally ignorant of the Finnish language and of the Finnish law. The Russian Minister of War acts in certain cases prescribed by the military service law of 1878, also as Minister of War for Finland, and he has for that purpose attached to his department a Finnish officer with a staff competent to instruct and assist him and to carry on the necessary correspondence. The Russian War Minister reports to the Emperor on matters relating to the command of the troops, or, in the words of Section 119 of the Act of 1878, on such circumstances relating to the Finnish troops as do not come within the scope of legislation or of the economic administration of the army, or as are not otherwise provided for in the law. It will be seen that in his procedure with regard to the military service scheme of the present year, the Russian War Minister has entirely disregarded these restrictions in the procedure which has been adopted. End of section 11. Section 12 of Finland and the Tsars, 1809 to 1899, by Joseph Robert Fisher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 11b, Constitutional Machinery, Part 2. The administration of justice is carried on throughout Finland on characteristic Scandinavian lines. In rural districts, the Court of the Hundred, Heradsret, and in the towns, the Town Court, Rådhusrätt, acts as the court of first instance. The country is divided into 60 judicial districts, while each town of sufficient size constitutes a district by itself. Trial by jury in our modern sense does not exist, or rather, the jury system has been arrested in its development, and remains at the stage in which the sworn men constitute a part of the tribunal. Each judge who is appointed by the emperor, on the nomination of the Hofrätt, or the High Court, has associated with him from 7 to 12 assessors who are elected by the communes. But the judge decides on his own responsibility, and the judgment is his, except in cases where the assessors are unanimously opposed to him, when their decision prevails. The tribunal in the towns is composed of the burgomaster and a number of councillors, rådmän. The burgomaster is chosen by the emperor, who appoints one out of the 3 selected by the council. The rådmän are elected by the town and appointed by the provincial governor. These courts have competence both in civil and in criminal cases, but in cases of grave crime, the decision of the Heradsrätt requires confirmation by the Hofrätt. There are 3 of these High Court districts, Åbo in the southwest, Viborg in the southeast, and Vasa in the north. Each court is composed of a president and a vice-president, and from 9 to 18 other members. The president and vice-presidents are appointed by the emperor direct, the other members on the nomination of the Department of Justice. These high courts may be invoked in the first instance in certain grave matters affecting church and state, but in general their jurisdiction is purely appellate. The courts generally sit in divisions consisting of 4 or 5 members, and their decision is by a majority of votes. The Supreme Court, as has already been seen, is the Department of Justice of the Senate. Those appointed to this department must be persons of juristic knowledge and judicial experience. These members, like the other senators, are appointed by the emperor for a period of 3 years, the appointments being renewable. The officials in all branches of the public service, the Governor-General as representing the emperor excepted, must be Finnish citizens, and must possess sufficient knowledge of both Swedish and Finnish. A recent ordinance of doubtful legality requires a knowledge of Russian also in the case of senators and provincial governors. In the majority of cases, officials hold office during good behaviour and cannot be displaced except for some specified and judicially proved offence. This, however, does not apply in the case of some of the higher confidential officials appointed directly by the emperor, nor in the case of the ordinary lower police and administrative servants. This legal tenure of office is one of the matters in Finland which is most antipathetic to an autocratic governor-general who finds himself at every turn confronted by law administered by officials whom he cannot get rid of except for some good reasons assigned, and obedience to the law is not yet an offence justifying dismissal in Finland. The Finnish Diet is probably the only parliament in which the old division into separately deliberating and separately voting estates or orders still prevails. Certainly it is the only one in which the division is into 4 estates. In England we still sometimes speak of the 3 estates of the realm, but the lords spiritual have long been merged with the lords temporal in one chamber, while the commons are supposed to represent the whole nation, and not any separate class or order. Even in Sweden, where the Finnish system originated, it has been extinct for more than a generation. The 4 estates are the nobility, ridderskapet och adelen, the clergy, prästeståndet, the burghers, borgareståndet, and the peasantry, bondeståndet. The House of Nobles is composed of the heads of all the families duly inscribed on the roll. Of these families, only a few are titled. By a recent calculation, there were on the roll 236 families, among whom there were only 7 bearing the title of Count, Grif, and 47 that of Baron, Friherr. The rest are untitled, and consist of a number of families whose heads have been raised to the nobility, Adel, by the sovereign, thus constituting a class of untitled hereditary senators, using the word senator in the American sense. Membership, however, is not a personal but a family right. At the opening of each diet the roll is called, and if on the second roll call the head of the house does not answer, one or other of the younger members of the family may answer in order of rank. Or the head of a house who is absent may give a proxy to a member of another noble family who can vote in his name. A claimant who is refused membership by the verifying officials has a right of appeal to the whole order in a plenary sitting. The house of the clergy is by no means confined to the heads of the Lutheran Church. The Archbishop of Orbor and the bishops of Borgo, Kuopio, and Nislot are members ex officio, and there are also 28 representatives of the clergy elected from the 3 dioceses, 1 or 2 representatives of the university, and 3 to 6 representatives of the teachers of the lyceums and high schools. The House of Burghers is now composed of the representatives of the towns. Originally, representation was confined to members of the trade guilds, but by the law of the Diet in 1869, the franchise was extended to all householders, and 10 years later it was still further extended to all urban ratepayers except nobles, clergy, soldiers, sailors, and so forth. The town representatives are elected directly in the proportion of about 1 member for 6,000 inhabitants. In the peasants' order, on the other hand, the elections are indirect, as is the case in many continental countries. Each commune chooses 1 or more electors according to the population, and these electors assemble in each district to elect a representative on the Diet. The rural franchise is still somewhat restricted, being confined to landowners and the tenants of the crown lands and domain lands. As, however, the vast majority of the peasants own their farms, the number excluded is not great. Every Finnish citizen of 25 years and over, and belonging to a Christian church, is eligible for election in the order to which he belongs. The estates must be summoned to meet in ordinary session according to the law of the Diet at least once in every 5 years. The emperor may also summon a special Diet at any time. The sittings must be held in the capital unless war or sufficient cause forbids. A session is, nominally, to last not longer than 4 months, but the sittings may be prolonged or cut short by the emperor. There is a special election for each Diet, which lasts only for the session, although there may be adjournments before the session is closed. At the end of the session, the mandates of the members expire. The emperor nominates the president, or marshal of the nobles, who also acts as the speaker of the whole Diet when a joint sitting takes place. The archbishop, or one of the bishops, presides over the order of the clergy, the president of each of the other 2 orders being nominated by the crown. These officers are known as talmen, or speakers. The order of procedure differs considerably from that of other parliaments. The emperor, or his representative, having opened the session with a speech from the throne, the list of propositions for legislation is laid before the Diet, which then proceeds to deal with them in its own way. There being no ministry to direct proceedings, a president's conference is formed, which arranges, so far as possible, that business of the orders shall correspond, the bills and motions not being considered successively, but simultaneously by all 4 estates. Consideration in committee comes before public debate, and the first business of the Diet is to appoint the 5 standing committees, which are composed of representatives in equal number from all the estates. Until the proper committee has reported on the various propositions and motions, these cannot be definitely discussed. The 5 standing committees are appointed to deal with general legislation, economic and industrial questions, the budget, taxation, and the Bank of Finland. The committees may send for any persons or papers necessary for their work. When special questions arise, other committees may be appointed to deal with them, as, during the extraordinary session of 1899, the main work was done by 2 great committees, the Military Service Committee and the Law Committee. A committee's report, when printed, is submitted to the estates, which then debate and decide. The resolution of one order is immediately communicated to all the other orders by means of an extract from the minutes, or, by way of exception, a deputation from one order may wait on and address another. The conclusions of the different orders are compared and collated by another committee called the Expedition Committee, composed of 2 members from each order, or, if necessary, a general sitting of all 4 estates may be summoned on the motion of any one order, accepted and supported by another. This general sitting is purely deliberative. It can decide nothing. The members can only vote in the sittings of their respective orders. The Marshal of the Nobles, as has been seen, presides over the general sitting. The proceedings of the House of Nobles are carried on in Swedish. In other houses, Swedish and Finnish are optional, and in the peasant's house, where Finnish naturally preponderates, official interpreters are appointed to translate speeches into Finnish or Swedish. Absolute agreement of the estates is not necessary for ordinary legislation, the vote of a majority in 3 orders out of the 4 being conclusive. But in proposals involving the alteration of a fundamental law, or the imposition of new taxes, or fresh expenditure, the vote of all 4 estates is required. If the necessary vote in 3 or in 4 of the orders respectively is not obtained, the proposition or motion falls to the ground. There are, however, certain cases where, in the interests of the current administration of the country, such failure of a measure requiring the assent of all 4 orders would be so undesirable that a special procedure, already referred to, has been adopted to avert it. The committee whose report is in danger of falling through is strengthened by the addition of 60 fresh members, 15 from each house, and this strengthened committee, as it is called, is empowered to decide the question without debate and without its being referred back to the estates. In this case, a 2/3 majority is necessary to carry out the proposition. The strengthened committee comes into operation in some cases where the assent of only 3 orders is necessary, and where the opinions of the estates, without being hostile, are divergent, or where the houses are divided 2 against 2 on some of the details of a measure which has been accepted in principle. In these cases, the strengthened committee may carry out the proposal by a bare majority. At the close of the session, all the conclusions of the Diet are formally drawn up, signed by the 4 presidents, and forwarded to the Emperor. There is also a summary of the results of the session's work prepared. This document, called the Recess, is signed by all the members, and is handed to the Emperor, or his representative, on the occasion of the reading of the message dissolving the Diet. Although the old division into estates is still maintained, it is expressly declared in the law of the Diet of 1869 that the members of the different houses represent not the interests or privileges of their order, but those of the Finnish nation. Members duly elected may not decline to serve, or to attend the Diet, except on the ground of old age or ill health. There is no direct payment of representatives, but the elected members are entitled to claim from the district they represent an allowance to cover their travelling expenses and the expenses of living while attending the sittings of the Diet. A member neglecting his duties may be punished not only by the withholding of this payment, but by a fine. Freedom of speech is guaranteed, and since 1886, each member has the right to bring forward for discussion in proper form, by motion or petition, subjects of public interest. Representatives who are not members of the national church are not permitted to take part in any proceedings relating to the affairs of that church. The powers of a Diet meeting at distant and irregular intervals, and having no responsible ministry to deal with, nor any continued existence between its sessions, are naturally much less complete than those to which we are accustomed in countries where the constitution is more fully developed, but such as they are clear and indisputable. Without the consent of the Diet no law can be made, suspended, altered, or repealed. As regards finance, the assent of the Diet is required for the imposition of any new tax, nor can loans be raised without its authority, but this does not apply to customs duties. It also controls the Bank of Finland and appoints the directors. Of all the powers of the Diet, however, the legislative is the most important, and as this power has been directly infringed by the February Manifesto, it must be fully explained and described. That the legislative power resides jointly in the sovereign and the estates is established, as we have seen, by the form of government of 1772, and is regulated and extended by the law of the Diet of 1869. The vital clauses of these laws, which were, in this respect, only a reassertion of the immemorial Scandinavian law, have already been cited and need not be repeated. They leave no room for doubt or uncertainty as to the control exercised by the estates over the making or the altering of laws. It is only necessary to remember that the word law must be understood as being subject to the limitation already explained. Since the 13th century, it was known and well established that the Swedish king had power within limits to issue ordinances which had the force of law. These were really administrative regulations for completing and carrying out the law, or for providing law in cases in which the statute book, properly speaking, was silent. But the king had no power without the assent of the estates to alter the law as expressed in the statute book. When in the 18th century the Diet undertook its great work for the codification and amendment of the antiquated laws of Sweden, all these laws and ordinances, so far as they relate to the civil and criminal law and procedure, were collected and presented as a whole in the Codex of 1734, and on this comparatively complete code coming into force by the authority of the Diet, it was recognized that, so far as civil and criminal law was concerned, the king's right to issue ordinances had ceased, the ground being fully occupied by statute law. But the Codex of 1734 did not deal with various matters of economic and administrative law, and in this field the king's privilege continued, and was not affected by the form of government of 1772. Within this limit, the rights of the King of Sweden were inherited by the Emperor of Russia, when he became Grand Duke of Finland, and that right he still retains, save in so far as it has been legally limited by the joint action of the Emperor and the Estates in superseding it by statute law, for once statute law steps in, the sovereign's legislative power ceases. The land law and the industrial law of Finland have thus passed from the region of royal ordinances to that of statute, nor is there any usurpation in this, for as no law can pass without the consent of the Emperor, the surrender of power can only be voluntary. In the case of the press laws of Finland, it will be remembered that comparatively recently the Tsar refused to sanction a measure passed by the Diet, and the power of regulating the press thus remains in his own hands. On the other hand, when, as in the case of the military service law of 1878, the Emperor, after due deliberation, joins with the Diet in adopting a statute, it is absurd for Russian writers to pretend that his personal rights have been improperly usurped by the Finnish Diet. There are still in Finland a large number of cases, such as in England would come under the Home Office or local government board, which afford legitimate scope for these administrative ordinances, the difference being that in England departmental regulations and bylaws possess binding force only in so far as they carry out the law, whereas in Finland these ordinances have of themselves the full force and effect of law, although, no doubt, it is a recognized principle that they must not conflict with the spirit of the existing law. Laws in the strict sense of the word are of two kinds, constitutional or fundamental laws, and general laws. Constitutional laws, as we have seen, can only be altered on the initiative of the Emperor, and with the consent of all four estates. When it is intended to include a new act or certain sections of an act among the fundamental laws, the intention is expressed in the body of the act and in the imperial decree sanctioning and promulgating it. Reference has already been made in an earlier chapter to the decree in which the Emperor Alexander II proclaimed the law of the Diet in 1869. But the fundamental nature of that law is also expressed in the last paragraph of the Act itself, as passed by all the estates in 1867.
This law of the Diet shall as a whole be valid as an irrevocable fundamental law, binding on the sovereign and the estates of Finland, until it shall have been repealed or amended by their corresponding decision.
In order to guard against hasty alterations of these irrevocable fundamental laws, It is enacted that when any proposal affecting any of them is brought forward, it may, if at least 2 of the estates so resolve, be postponed until the next diet. In the case of general or ordinary laws, which may be carried by the agreement of any 3 of the estates, the initiative for their introduction, amendment, or repeal may come either from the estates or from the emperor. It sometimes happens that a law is of a mixed nature, certain sections being general, whilst others are expressly declared to be fundamental. This is the case in the military service law of 1878, and the matter is still further complicated by the fact already referred to, that in certain military matters the emperor himself is entitled to act through the Russian Minister of War. The church law, again, is in some respects to be regarded as a general law, but it has this peculiarity that here the initiative belongs to the church synod. It was also made a matter of express reservation in the law of 1886, granting to the estates the power of initiative, that in the case of press legislation, the initiative should remain with the emperor. In all cases in which the emperor's power with regard to Finland is referred to, it is hardly necessary to explain that, save in the points already accepted in connection with foreign and military affairs, the power possessed is not that of the autocrat of Russia, but of the Grand Duke of Finland, acting through properly constituted channels, the Minister Secretary of State for Finland, and the Finnish Senate. There is also a difference in the form of signifying the imperial sanction of constitutional and general laws. A constitutional law is signed by the emperor himself and countersigned by the Finnish Secretary of State. A general law is signed by the members of the Senate by His Majesty's own decision. It will be seen from this examination of the practical working of the Finnish constitution that, although so closely connected with Russia, Finland enjoys the essentials of a free government. Readers of Mr. Dicey's chapter on the rule of law will remember the 3 great canons which he lays down as tests of the supremacy of the law. To the first 2 of those tests the Finnish constitution seems to answer completely. In Finland, as in England,
No man is punishable, nor can he be lawfully made to suffer in body or goods, except for a distinct breach of law established in the ordinary legal manner before the ordinary courts of the land.
and in the second place,
Every man, whatever be his rank or condition, is subject to the ordinary law of the realm, and amenable to the jurisdiction of the ordinary tribunals.
there may still be some remnants of exceptional jurisdiction in Finland, in connection with the privileges of the nobility or the clergy, but these can scarcely be regarded as infringing the rule of law any more than can, for example, the powers of discipline exercised over its members by an Inn of Court or the Medical Council. It must be admitted, however, that when subjected to the third test the Grand Duchy falls short. The fact that the judges of the Supreme Court are members of the executive, holding their office by a brief tenure and dependent for reappointment on the act of the sovereign, constitutes an obvious weakness and explains why Mr. Dicey's words,
The general principles of the Constitution are, with us, the result of judicial decisions, determining the rights of private persons in particular cases brought before the courts,
do not apply to Finland. In the lower branches and for ordinary occasions the rule of law is complete, but it is to be feared that if the supreme test were applied and the High Court required to try its strength against an aggression on liberty on the part of the Crown, the challenge could not be taken up. We sometimes forget that our own parliamentary constitution has been a thing of gradual growth, and that a small and intermittent body like the Finnish Diet differs in degree of development, and not in essence, from the all-powerful British Parliament. Burke's words on the House of Commons as it existed in former times apply to 3 out of 4 of the estates in Finland today.
The House of Commons,
He said in his thoughts on the cause of the present discontents.
Was supposed originally to be no part of the standing government of this country. It was considered as a control issuing immediately from the people and speedily to be resolved into the mass from whence it arose.
Its lack of continuity and the absence of a responsible ministry render it impossible for the Finnish Diet to exercise such uninterrupted sovereignty as the British Parliament, yet it is in principle sovereign. It should not be necessary to once more warn English readers against the blunder constantly made by the Russian writers who regard the Diet and the sovereign as essentially distinct, and possibly hostile, powers. In England, King, Lords, and Commons constitute the King in Parliament and legislate as such, and similarly in Finland, Grand Duke, Lords, clergy, burghers, and peasants constitute in combination the sovereign legislative body. It is this joint power that has, like our Parliament,
the right to make and unmake any law whatever.
The objection made that the Tsar is an autocrat, that the autocracy cannot limit itself, and that, therefore, his power in Finland remains absolute, although he may from time to time be pleased to confer this or that institution on his people, is quite beside the mark. It is true that the autocracy cannot limit itself. The Tsar governs in Russia in accordance with certain rules which, for want of a better word, are called laws, and with the help of various bodies and persons called Senate, Council, Ministers, Governors, Judges, and so forth. These are, however, laws and officials alike, all of his own creation, and may be destroyed or changed at any moment. But this autocracy never existed in Finland. The extracts already copiously made from the original pledges and documents of 1809 are conclusive on this point. If the Tsar bought an estate in England, that estate would remain subject to the law of the country, and the objection that the Tsar, being an autocrat, could not limit himself, would not prevail against an English contract. Similarly, when the Tsar Alexander assumed the government of Finland, he bound himself and his successors, not as Tsar, but as Grand Duke, by the laws of Finland, and these constitute no limitation of his authority as Tsar, but are conclusive as to his powers as Grand Duke. End of section 12. Section 13 of Finland and the Tsars, 1809 to 1899, by Joseph Robert Fisher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 12a, The February Manifesto, Part 1. Having established the fact that Finland possesses a constitution, and that that constitution is binding on the Tsar by every possible obligation, constitutional, legal, and personal, we come to another objection, which illustrates the difficulty Finland has all along found in dealing with the Russian attack. Writers known to be official, or acting under official inspiration, first denounce and ridicule the whole Finnish position. It is declared to be a conspiracy, a mystification, an attack on the sacred principle of autocracy, or even on the safety and prestige of the Russian Empire. A conspiracy that has its origin now in the national perversity of the Finns, now in the intrigues of Germany, of Sweden, even of England, although, as a matter of fact, England has been one of the last of the European nations to realize the fact that there was a constitutional conflict going on in Finland. When this position is destroyed by a citation of the simple facts of history, new ground is taken up, and it is argued, although a constitution was guaranteed, the action of the Tsar in the cases of the Military Service Bill and the February Manifesto does not constitute any infringement of that constitution, while by the way of combination of the two arguments, some will have it that it is true that the Tsar conferred a constitution on Finland, but circumstances being changed, he is at liberty to modify or abolish it. In the words credited to a Grand Duke, what a Tsar gave, a Tsar can take away. The second argument is the one that concerns us most at the present moment. It is the one put forward formally by the Tsar himself. It is obviously the only one that as a man of honour he could put forward. When deputations from the Estates and from the Senate endeavour in vain to obtain a hearing for their remonstrances, his answer is that all the fuss is quite unnecessary, that the imperial word will be kept, that the Finnish constitution is quite safe under his guardianship. A little discussion of the events of the last few months will show that this position is as untenable as the others, and is utterly inconsistent not only with the terms of the original compact made at Borgo, but with the whole course of government under that compact during the last 90 years. The Tsar's present advisers will hardly claim to be experts in constitutional law. General Kuropatkin, Monsieur Goremykin, or Monsieur Pobedonostsev would regard a study of the Finnish fundamental law as a waste of time. The old race of Finnish secretaries of state is extinct. A Russian official from the Ministry of the Interior sits in their seat. But surely, in a matter which preceding Tsars, at any rate, regarded as vitally concerning their honour and their credit, there should be someone among the hordes of functionaries capable of instructing the Tsar as to the essential facts of his position as Grand Duke of Finland. In order of time, the military service scheme came before the February manifesto, but it will be more convenient to take the two in their natural order, for the military bill is evidently only a particular application of the general principle laid down in the manifesto and the statutes annexed to it. It is true that General Kuropatkin wished, as a previous war minister in the time of Alexander II had wished, to enforce the new military service scheme by direct imperial decree, a step that would have rendered unnecessary the discussion of constitutional details. But such a direct violation of the law did not commend itself. It was decided, instead of abolishing the constitution, to explain it away, and thus the manifesto constitutes an important new departure in Russian policy. It is no longer the outpourings of the jackal press that have to be considered, but a formal manifesto under the imperial signature. When the extraordinary Diet, summoned by the Tsar to consider the military service bill, met on January the 24th, 1899, there was a perceptible menace in the words with which the new governor opened the session when he hinted that, whether the Estates consented or not, the military forces of the Grand Duchy would have to be put on a new footing. Entirely ignorant of the country and its languages and institutions as General Bobrikov was, he could scarcely have imagined that the matter would be so easily disposed of, for it will be remembered the point in dispute is no new one. Alexander I had brought forward the army question in the very forefront of his propositions to the First Diet in 1809, and when, after the change in the centre of gravity of Europe in 1870-71, all the powers took to recasting their military organisation, the question naturally came up again in a fashion that must have been fairly familiar to Russian soldiers. General Miliutin, who wanted to get as many men as possible, and who naturally wished to go the shortest way to work, drew up a memorandum to Alexander II, arguing that Finland ought to be treated like any other part of the empire.
Finland,
He wrote,
while enjoying its own local administration and special laws, should not be allowed to acquire the attributes of a separate and independent state. Its connection with the empire should be expressed above everything by unity to the supreme power, as well as unity in the conduct of diplomatic and military affairs. No part of the state can be permitted to have a separate military force. The Finns,
said General Miliutin in conclusion,
must perform military service equal with other populations of the empire, and amalgamate with them in forming one Russian army.
These are excellent principles for a Russian minister of war, nor is it wonderful that Alexander II should have written on the margin of the report,
The main principles herein set forth entirely coincide with my own ideas, and I retain it for further consideration.
But when the further consideration came to be given to the matter, the Tsar Liberator, who a few years before had explained the principles of constitutional monarchy on which he proposed to govern Finland, discovered that the course recommended by General Miliutin was in flat contradiction to the Finnish constitution, and so when at last a scheme was elaborated in proper form, not only did he give effect to it in the shape approved by the Estates, but he joined in making several of its most important clauses an irrevocable fundamental law, which could never be altered except with the consent of all four estates. Later on, when further changes were being made in 1891, General Vanovsky, Minister of War to Alexander III, made a somewhat similar suggestion, which met with the same fate. All this would seem sufficiently conclusive as an admission that the Finnish army is a matter for the Finnish Diet, but the War Office officials have actually, as we shall see later, had the ineptitude to bring forward and make much of the unsuccessful attempt of General Miliutin as an argument, apparently, in favour of their being permitted to violate the law on this occasion, because they were not permitted to do so before. The War Office in St. Petersburg and the governor in Helsingfors could therefore have been under no delusions as to the nature of the reception that would be given to a military service scheme that had been prepared not as the Constitution directs by the Finnish Senate, but by the Russian authorities, and that had been sent on to Helsingfors for the authorities there to make any remarks that might occur to them on its wording. Already on January 30th, a secret commission had begun its sittings under the presidency of Grand Duke Michael Nikolaevich, and as soon as General Bobrikov had made sure that things would follow their normal and legal course at Helsingfors, he hastened back to St. Petersburg to consult with the commission, of which he was appointed a member, and on which the sinister figure of Monsieur Pobedonostsev, the High Inquisitor of Russia, was suggestively prominent. 2 more sittings, on February 10th and 13th, were sufficient to complete the preparation of the manifesto and the statutes. On the 14th, the Tsar's signature, post-dated, was obtained, and on the morning of the 15th, General Bobrikov was back in Helsingfors, with the weapon in his pocket, which would put an end to all the perverted ideas of the Finns about the rights of their Diet. He showed it privately to one prominent senator, who had in the past been regarded as the most friendly to Russia of all the Finnish politicians, but even that chosen confidant was appalled at the illegal and revolutionary nature of the document, and implored that it might be withheld till friendly remonstrances could be made at St. Petersburg. The appeal was in vain, and the manifesto was issued on the same day. It runs as follows.
We, Tsar Nicholas II, by the grace of God, Emperor and Autocrat of all the Russias, Tsar of Poland, Grand Duke of Finland, etc., 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 do hereby make known to all our faithful subjects that the Grand Duchy of Finland, which since the beginning of the present century has been included in the Empire of Russia, possesses, by the gracious consent of the Emperor Alexander I, of blessed memory, and his august heirs, special institutions with regard to interior administration and legislation, which are suited to the conditions of life in that country. But, beside the local legislative matters in Finland, emanating from the peculiar conditions of society in that country, there also arise in the administration of the empire other legislative questions in regard to Finland, which on account of their intimate connection with the general interest of the empire cannot be exclusively treated and decided by the institutions of the Grand Duchy. In regard to the manner in which such questions are to be decided, the laws now in force do not contain any definite stipulations, and the lack of these has brought about serious difficulties. In order to remedy these difficulties, we, constantly bearing in mind the welfare of all our faithful subjects without respect to persons, have seen fit, in order to complete the ordinances now in force, and for the observance of the respective authorities in the Empire and the Grand Duchy, to establish a fixed and unchangeable order for their work, in elaborating and issuing laws of general interest and importance for the Empire, whilst maintaining in full force the now prevailing statutes which concern the promulgation of local laws relating exclusively to the internal affairs of Finland. We have found it necessary to reserve to ourselves the ultimate decision as to which laws come within the scope of the general legislation of the empire. With this in view, we have with our royal hand established and confirmed the fundamental statutes for the preparation, revision and promulgation of laws issued for the empire, including the Grand Duchy of Finland, which are proclaimed simultaneously herewith. In conformity with our crowned forefathers, we see a guarantee for the advancement of Finland in the most intimate union of that country with the empire, under the protection of Russian rule, and rendered strong thereby, Finland has, during nearly a whole century, made constant and steady progress in peaceful development, and it has been a source of happiness to us to see by the lately delivered assurances of the Estates that the feeling of devotion for us and Russia is ardent in the hearts of the Finnish people. We feel assured that a cooperation between the authorities of the Empire and the Grand Duchy of Finland in legislative matters which concern their common interests, if founded on the fixed precepts of a positive law, will tend to a still more effectual extension of the benefits and advantages of the Russian Empire. Issued at St. Petersburg this 3rd, 15th day of February, 1899 AD, and in the 5th year of our reign.
It would have been well for Nicholas II, and for the credit of Russia before the civilized world, if, before permitting himself to sign the above, he had studied the utterances and the solemn pledges of those crowned forefathers to whom the manifesto alludes. If he had remembered the words of Alexander I, when that sovereign, having assured himself that
the constitution and the laws which, in conformity with the character, the customs, and the civilization of the Finnish people have through a long series of years formed the basis of their civil liberty and peace, could not without danger be limited or altered,
proceeded to
confirm for all time the assurance of a separate constitution for the country under our sceptre and that of our successors.
He would scarcely have authorized the appearance of the meaningless sentence about the institutions suited to the conditions of life in that country, whilst the assurance to the Diet of Borgo that Finland was a nation under the empire of its own laws hardly fits in with the claim that in the emperor resides the ultimate decision whether the nation shall have its own laws or those of a St. Petersburg official. Nicholas II is instructed to say that he sees a guarantee for the advancement of Finland in the most intimate union of that country with the empire. Alexander II, who knew the Finlanders better than any of the present generation of Russians, because he went among them and ascertained their feelings, had also aspirations
for the prosperity of a country very dear to my heart.
But he found guarantees for that prosperity in the faithful observance of the Constitution and in the fact that
none of my acts has been such as to disturb the good understanding that ought to exist between the sovereign and the nation.
And he was justified in his confidence, for it was under his rule that Finland began to make such extraordinary progress, whilst the disturbance caused by this one ill-advised act of Nicholas II has been the signal for the steady stream of emigration and for a general decline in prosperity. The fact that nearly a whole century of constant and steady progress in peaceful development had been the result of a strict policy of non-interference seems a poor argument for violently reversing the system that worked so well and entering on a course of Russification whose first result has been effectually to check the progress and peaceful development of Finland. The fundamental statutes above alluded to require special study. They are signed by the Grand Duke Michael, President of the Imperial Council, and on the margin the Emperor has written, "So may it be." 1. The original preparation of laws issued for the Empire, including the Grand Duchy of Finland, shall take place on each occasion with the gracious imperial consent. in cases where the general course of administration necessitates the preparation of a new law, or the alteration or supplementing of a law already in force. 2. This mode of procedure is to be observed both with respect to the laws which are applicable throughout the whole empire, including the Grand Duchy of Finland, and with respect to laws which are applied only within the limits of the Grand Duchy, in case they touch the common interests of the empire, or are connected with the legislation of the empire. 3. Application for gracious imperial consent in regard to the execution of the aforesaid laws, sections 1 and 2, shall be made by the duly authorized and appointed Minister of the Empire and the Minister Secretary of State for the Grand Duchy of Finland, after having mutually communicated with each other. When the Governor-General of Finland, with respect to the course of the administration of the Grand Duchy, finds it necessary to supplement the laws in force in the country in the manner fixed and established by these statutes, he has a right, in order to effect their further examination, to communicate his proposals on the subject to the proper Minister of the Empire and the Minister Secretary of State for the Grand Duchy. 4. After the gracious imperial consent has been obtained for the issuing of a law or laws for the Empire, including the Grand Duchy of Finland, the Minister of the Empire shall communicate with the Governor-General of Finland, the Minister Secretary of State for the Grand Duchy of Finland, and the Imperial Senate of Finland, in order to get their opinion in regard to the wording of the proposed law. 5. With respect to the legislative proposals which, in accordance with the ordinance for the internal administration of the Grand Duchy of Finland, are handed over to be treated by the Diet of Finland, it is necessary to have the opinion of the Diet in making the laws mentioned in section 2 of these statutes. The opinion of the Diet shall be given at its nearest following ordinary session, unless there should be a gracious imperial command for convening an extraordinary session for this purpose. 6. After the opinions of the Governor-General of Finland, of the Minister Secretary of State for the Grand Duchy of Finland, and of the Imperial Senate of Finland, and, in proper cases, see section 5, of the Diet of Finland have been ascertained, the Minister of the Empire hands over the legislative proposal to the Imperial Council in the form and manner ordained by the statutes for the Imperial Council. The documents on this subject must be accompanied by a copy of the opinion of the Senate and Diet. 7. This legislative proposal is examined on common principles under the cooperation of the Governor-General of Finland, the Minister Secretary of State for the Grand Duchy of Finland, and of the senators in the Imperial Senate of Finland, who, after gracious imperial election, have been especially appointed for this purpose. 8. The gracious decision of the Imperial Council in regard to such legislative proposal shall be promulgated in duly ordained form and manner, both in the Empire and in the Grand Duchy of Finland. Perhaps the best commentary that can be made on this revolutionary decree, which plunged all Finland into consternation, is to explain in the fewest possible words what has hitherto been the procedure with regard to the preparation of new laws proposed by the Emperor, the procedure prescribed by the form of government of 1772 and the law of the Diet of 1869, and followed by the successive Tsars. The Emperor, having elaborated the scheme of the bill in consultation with the Minister Secretary of State for Finland, and, until the committee was abolished, the Committee for Finland, forwarded it through the Finnish Chancery in St. Petersburg to the Senate in Helsingfors. The Senate then examined the bill with the assistance of the Procurator General as to the legal points, and the measure thus finally elaborated was then laid before the Estates, which in their turn might approve, modify, or reject. The bill, if finally approved, according to its character by 3 or by all 4 of the Estates, went back to the Emperor through the proper channels, and if accepted, was signed and promulgated. If the Tsar disapproved of it as it came back to him, there was an end of it, until or unless it was again brought forward at another subsequent Diet. Neither the Tsar nor any other authority could alter it between the time it received the signatures of the talmen and its promulgation as law. Now observe how at every essential step this legal procedure is suspended and a series of illegalities substituted. It must be recollected throughout The all-important post occupied for over 60 years in succession by Rebinder and by Armfelt is now filled by a Russian official, Monsieur de Plehve. The Finnish Secretary of State is the man who has the ear of the Emperor, who has to guide him as to the facts and law of Finnish affairs. So long as the occupant of the office was a Finlander of statesmanlike tact and strength, it was impossible for a Tsar to go far wrong. The fact that even the first Nicholas, in spite of his autocratic strength, drew back when it was pointed out to him that he had inadvertently trespassed on the constitutional rights of Finland, proves this. What chance has the case of Finland of being fairly and forcibly stated when the Secretary for Finland is an ex-employee of the Ministry of the Interior? It is a serious matter for the Grand Duchy that in the future interpretation of the manifesto and the statutes, which teem with ambiguities, there will at the critical moment be no one near the Tsar, himself entirely uninstructed as to Finland, to see that the balance is held even between the nation of 2.5 millions and the nation of 100 millions. There is, in the first place, introduced a novel classification of laws unknown to the first or second Alexander, the men who moulded the relations of Finland to the Empire. We have measures applicable to the Empire, including the Grand Duchy of Finland, measures applying to Finland but affecting in some way the interests of the Empire, and finally, as a miserable remnant, if there be any remnant, measures affecting Finland alone. As the Tsar has found it necessary to reserve to himself the ultimate decision as to which laws come within the scope of the general legislation of the Empire, and as he will in the future have no Finnish secretary competent or desirous to instruct him in the interests of Finland, it seems to follow that few indeed will be the measures proposed in which some trace of imperial interest may not be discovered. Coinage, postage, railways, land tenure, to name only a few recent cases, have all been treated as of imperial interest. The right of Finlanders to be governed by their own laws, and to make those laws, has passed at a stroke of the pen from the region of guaranteed constitutional right to that of imperial favour. Next, when the imperial factor has been found latent in any proposal referring to Finland, all the forms so carefully laid down in the laws of 1772 and 1869 become mere waste paper, and the new, fixed and unchangeable order of February 15th, 1899 comes into force. The duly authorized and appointed Minister of the Empire consults with the Minister Secretary of State for the Grand Duchy of Finland, and these two, who under present arrangements are practically one, having agreed, the gracious imperial consent to the issuing of the law, thus enacted without reference to any qualified Finnish citizen or authority, is obtained. After the gracious imperial consent, the opinion of the Senate is to be taken as to the wording of the law. In certain proper cases, the Tsar deciding as to the propriety, the Diet of Finland is also to have an opportunity of offering its opinion. Finally, appearances having to this extent been observed, the measure comes back to the real legislators, the Imperial Council, and is by them considered and promulgated in the duly ordained form and manner. Legislation for a country which had been guaranteed the position of a free nation under the Empire of its own laws is to be prepared by Russian officials, sent on to the Finnish authorities for their opinion, and sent back to the Russian officials for final revision and promulgation. End of section 13. Section 14 of Finland and the Tsars, 1809 to 1899, by Joseph Robert Fisher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 12b, The February Manifesto, Part 2. In the usual course, the manifesto and the statutes came before the Senate, without whose authority no law or ordinance or manifesto can be promulgated in Finland. There was no difference of opinion in this very sober and unemotional body, composed entirely of nominees of the Tsar, as to the gross illegality of the manifesto. The only difference of opinion was as to whether the Senate should publish and protest, or protest and refuse to publish. Ultimately, as we have seen, the former course was adopted by the casting vote of the Vice President. There was a general feeling in Finland, outside the Senate, that this course of action was lacking in firmness, but allowance must be made for the difficult and perilous circumstances. The written opinion of the Procurator General, the keeper of the legal conscience of the Senate, was clear and precise. It was as follows.
Whereas the gracious manifesto, which has now been forwarded for promulgation to the Imperial Senate, does not come in the order prescribed by Section 40 of the Form of Government of August 21st, 1772, and Section 71 of the Law of the Diet of April 15th, 1869, for the making of fundamental laws in the country. And also, since no Finlander versed in legislation has cooperated in the preparation of the project for the gracious manifesto, nor has the Senate been given any opportunity to express its opinion in regard to it. Therefore, I must suppose that His Imperial Majesty has not been informed in how essential a degree the imperially sworn Constitution of Finland, and through it the rights of the whole Finnish people, have been affected by the statutes annexed to the gracious manifesto. And whereas I venture to assume that His Imperial Majesty, providing that the facts in the case were humbly laid before His Imperial Majesty, would be graciously pleased either to recall the gracious manifesto in question, or at least issue an act of assurance, stating that its contents are not intended to impair the right assured to the Diet by the Constitution to partake in the solving of such legislative questions as are mentioned in the said manifesto. Therefore, I submit that before the Senate promulgate the gracious manifesto, the Senate ought first to appeal to His Imperial Majesty in this matter, and I venture to express the opinion that such a petition would be graciously received by His Imperial Majesty, and would in no case be understood otherwise than as a faithful execution of the duty of His Majesty's Finnish councillors.
The unanimous address of protest which was drawn up by the Senate, and which was proposed should be presented to the Tsar in person by the Vice President and the Procurator General, is a powerful, and in some respects a touching document, especially when it is remembered that the Senators hold their offices by imperial favour, and that a majority of them are identified with the party which has, in the past, been accused of undue sympathy with Russia and Russian interests. It firmly repels the illegal methods of the manifesto, while admitting that there may be subjects for legislation not provided for in the present law of the Diet. Its main passages are as follows.
By the gracious Imperial Manifesto of the 3rd, 15th of this February, Your Imperial Majesty has established special fundamental statutes in regard to the preparation, revision, and promulgation of laws issued for the Empire, including the Grand Duchy of Finland. While the Senate, according to Your Imperial Majesty's gracious command, has published the copies of the said gracious manifesto and the fundamental statutes which have been received, the Senate, to whom the general guidance of the country has been entrusted, has regarded it to be a holy duty, enjoined not less by its oath of office than by its aforesaid capacity, most humbly to express to Your Imperial Majesty the doubts and scruples which the said gracious manifesto and fundamental statutes have called forth in the Senate. The domestic government of Finland and its relation to the Empire were established by Emperor Alexander I of blessed memory, by gracious assurance of 15th-27th of March, 1869. Through this solemn promise, which was, as the Emperor graciously pleased to express himself, drawn up in the presence of the Estates of the Diet, and proclaimed in the sanctuary of the Most High, the Emperor confirmed and ratified the religion and fundamental laws of the country, as well as the privileges and rights which each class, in the Grand Duchy in particular,
and all the inhabitants in general, be their position high or low, have hitherto enjoyed according to the constitution. That the Emperor hereby referred to the constitutional rights due to the Finnish subjects, according to the constitution formerly in force in Finland, or, more definitely speaking, to their ancient right of self-taxation and participation in legislation, is self-evident. After reciting the series of imperial speeches, proclamations, and assurances following the Borgo Diet, the Senate went on to say, "Since Finland is connected with, but subservient to, the Empire, which has the sovereign power, it follows as a natural consequence that a number of questions, principally those which concern the order of succession, the imperial family, and international relations, are entirely exempted from the treatment of the Finnish authorities. But questions which, according to the constitution of the country, as it had been established and applied by Emperor Alexander I and his heirs, devolve upon the Finnish authorities, cannot be exempted from the legal treatment of these authorities simply because they also concern the whole Russian Empire, or general interests, or otherwise are connected with the legislation of the Empire. For the said constitution, whose object, as Emperor Alexander I had many times asserted, was to provide for the Finnish people a national and political existence, implies that Finland is an internally independent legislative and administrative district, for which laws are made by the monarch with the cooperation of the institutions of the country. In case the constitution requires the action of the Diet in making a law, the decision of the Diet ought to be confirmed by the monarch without alteration, or the matter must be considered as having lapsed for that time. In other cases, the monarch alone makes the decisions which he regards to be beneficial for the country. In Section 5 of the Fundamental Statutes, however, it is ordained that in regard to the legislative proposals, which, according to the form of government for the internal administration of the Grand Duchy of Finland, are handed over to the Finnish Diet for treatment, it is also necessary to have the opinion of the Diet in the elaboration of the so-called imperial laws. But the legislative proposals which, according to the fundamental laws of Finland, ought to be handed over to the Diet are not only subjects for the opinion of the Diet, but should be decided by the Diet by enactment, which, as above observed, ought to be confirmed and ratified by the monarch without alteration, or be vetoed. Since the wording of the aforesaid fundamental statutes implies the possibility that a law could be issued at variance with the opinion of the Diet, these fundamental statutes consequently contain a restriction in the rights which are assured the Diet by the Constitution, and this restriction is all the more alarming since the scope of the laws, which may be considered to touch the interests of the Empire, is in no way restricted, but could be extended to any legislative subject. Therefore, since the fundamental statutes in question imply a deviation from the Constitution of Finland, it follows that this legislative act ought not legally to have come into existence without the cooperation of the Diet, since, according to Section 71 of the law of the Diet, fundamental laws can be made, altered, explained, or repealed only on the representation of the Emperor and Grand Duke, and with the consent of all the estates. The Senate, therefore, feels called by duty most humble to announce to your Imperial Majesty that the legislative act now in question has not come into existence in the order prescribed by the fundamental laws of Finland. Neither does the Senate hesitate most humbly to express the conviction that the Finnish people, both high and low, must therefore regard it as a suppression of the constitutional right of the Finnish people, while this people is not conscious of having forfeited this right through any act or conduct on its part. Most gracious Emperor, the inhabitants of Finland will never cease to bless the memory of the high-minded monarch who, when Finland, at the time of her union with the Empire, went to meet new destinies, knew how to bind this people to his imperial person by the inseparable bonds of faith and love. The Finnish people are all deeply conscious of the debt of gratitude which it bears to all its succeeding noble monarchs for the protection they have given this people, and for the benevolence they have shown it. It also has such a high esteem for the consecrated person of the monarch, and for the irrevocability of the imperial word, that it has always seen in them an unfailing support for maintaining the lawful position of the country. Therefore, your Imperial Majesty's Senate cannot for a moment think that it is your Imperial Majesty's gracious will and intention to recede from the solemn assurance to the Finnish people which your Imperial Majesty gave, on ascending the throne, in regard to preserving the constitution of the country, steadfastly unaltered and in full force. The Senate must therefore suppose that the constitutional rights of Finland have here been overlooked, an oversight which, unless repaired, will spread great uneasiness and dejection among the Finnish people, and paralyze its efforts for raising the standard of education and prosperity in its northern home, so little favoured by nature. Whereas the Senate has the firm conviction that your Imperial Majesty, by this as well as by all other imperial acts, intended to promote the welfare of the Finnish people, and whereas a due consideration of the constitutional rights would not be at variance with the order prescribed in the fundamental statutes, the Senate ventures in all humility to request that your Imperial Majesty may graciously please to declare that the said legislative act was not intended to restrict the constitutional rights of the Finnish people. Since, however, there is no doubt but that there are legislative questions touching the general interests of the Empire which ought to be treated in another way than hitherto customary, and since the Senate is convinced that the Finnish people will not hesitate to make the concessions and sacrifices which are needed for the real good of the Empire, the Senate also ventures, in all humility, to request your Imperial Majesty to appoint a committee of properly instructed persons, both Russians and Finns, with the gracious command to prepare a proposal for a law in regard to the legislative treatment of matters touching the general interests of the Empire, which proposed law, after a careful preparatory examination, should be handed over to the Finnish Diet to be treated by that body in accordance with the Finnish constitution. When the Vice President and the Senate and the Procurator General proceeded to St. Petersburg with this remonstrance and suggestion, they were not received by the Emperor, and on their petition being handed in by the Secretary of State for Finland, it came back with the imperial endorsement,
"Does not deserve any intervention."
Meanwhile, the Estates, through their law committee, had taken note of the grave encroachment on their guaranteed rights, and they too resolved to send in a protest. After mentioning some irregularities in the presentation of the military service bill, which will be referred to later on, the address from the Estates proceeded to point out that the course of legislation for laws to be enforced within the Grand Duchy, ordained by the statutes contained in the Imperial Manifesto, deviates essentially from that prescribed by the form of government of August 21st, 1772, and the law of the Diet of April 15th, 1869. The Diet would, under the new scheme, take part in the making of imperial laws, or laws in common for the Empire and the Grand Duchy, only by giving opinions which, after being examined by the Imperial Council, could be subject to alteration when finally brought before His Imperial Majesty. Thus, since the manifesto aims at an alteration of the fundamental laws in force, and since such an alteration can only be made by representation from the Emperor and Grand Duke, and with the unanimous consent of the Diet, it is evident that the manifesto which has come into existence without the cooperation of the Diet cannot have the force of law in Finland. With respect to this, and since such a state of things is apt to disturb the reverence which our people have since ancient times paid to the laws of the country and to the word of the monarch, and since there is cause to suppose that the real nature of the matter has not been completely represented to his imperial majesty, it must be considered the urgent duty of the Diet, not only its duty to the country, but also to the monarch, to try to bring the said circumstances to the knowledge of his imperial majesty without delay, and to obtain an arrangement of the legislation treated of in the manifesto, in a manner complying with the requirements of the Constitution. The marshal of the nobles and 3 talmen of the clergy, the burghers and the peasants, duly went to St. Petersburg to present the petition, but they got no further than the offices of the Secretary of State.
His Majesty,
The secretary announced,
felt greatly moved because they had thought he would break his word, declared that he would not receive the deputation, but told the Minister's Secretary to request the members of the deputation to return to their work, and also to inform them that His Imperial Majesty considered that he had given the country the best guarantee for an undisturbed preservation of its home legislation, when he himself undertook in every separate case to decide if a matter was of that nature that it ought to be classed under imperial legislation, and if so, be referred to the consideration of the highest legislative authority.
These successive rebuffs were naturally very disheartening to the Finlanders, who saw their inheritance of self-government disappearing before their eyes, as if by the action of some irresistible and silent force that was deaf to all appeals and arguments. Nor were the complacent assurances of the Tsar's personal attention in every separate case regarded as providing any adequate substitution for well-defined constitutional rights. Even if the present emperor's knowledge of the Finnish constitution had been as extensive as that possessed by the first or second Alexander, and even if he had had at his side as advisers statesmen of the stamp of Rabid and Armfelt, instead of a group of officials intent only on unification, such assurances could only have possessed a temporary and personal value. It is interesting to remember that this very point of benevolent despotism, as against constitutional guarantees, had naturally come up in the course of discussion already referred to between Alexander I and Madame de Staël. Alexander recognized at that time that a semi-Asiatic despotism was an impossibility as a permanent arrangement in an empire coming rapidly into contact with European civilization. Madame de Staël was eager to assure the Tsar that a constitution was unnecessary, since his known character and amiable intentions were at once a charter and a constitution for his empire. Alexander's reply, that even if that were so, he personally could only be regarded as a fortunate accident, has become classical, and is the conclusive answer to such arguments. Even the fortunate accident is in this case wanting, for how can the future be regarded as safe under the personal attention of a Tsar, no matter how well-meaning, who has shown himself so deplorably ignorant as to the past, so obstinately inaccessible to argument as to the present? One more attempt was to be made to impress upon the Tsar the nature and extent of the dismay created in Finland by what Monsieur Pobedonostsev has admitted to be the suspension of its privileges. The Senate, combining the executive and the supreme judiciary of the country, had protested unanimously that the manifesto and statutes were illegal, and in doing so they acted on the written opinion of the Procurator General appointed by the Tsar to advise the Finnish Senate on points of law. The Estates, divided as they had been only in the last Diet by bitter party strife, were absolutely unanimous in their protest, but like the Senate, they were refused even a hearing. All this time the emotion and anxiety of the people at large continued to grow in extent and in intensity, and messages were pouring into Helsingfors asking for news and advice. Suddenly, and altogether independent of the political parties and party leaders, the idea sprang up of a personal appeal to the Tsar direct from the heart of the nation. There was absolutely no organization in existence by which to collect the signatures of so many people distributed in their villages and farms over thousands of square miles of thinly populated country, which was at that time of year deep in snow and ice. The towns could be reached by railway, but there were hundreds of remote villages and homesteads, as well as islands lying miles out in the frozen sea, that could only be reached by sledges or snowshoes. For reasons connected with the activity of the Russian secret police, then at work in the Grand Duchy, it was decided that the post office could not be used for sending out copies of the address and collecting signatures, so volunteers were called, for who would undertake to carry the message by word of mouth. 100 were chosen, the address was drawn up, and over 500 copies were made by hand, one for every parish in Finland. The idea being that they should be read in all the churches and signatures affixed on Sunday, March 5th. There were some extraordinary instances of enthusiasm and devotion. The village of Rovaniemi on the Arctic Circle had been fixed on as the extreme limit to which it would be possible to carry the address and return with signatures within the time assigned. But at Rovaniemi they protested against the exclusion of the people of Kittilä, their neighbouring village, lying over 100 miles to the north across the trackless snow. There were still 2 days to spare. It might just be done, and the champion snowshoe runner of the district volunteered to carry the precious paper. It was already evening, but he set out at once on his dark and lonely journey, pressed forward through all that night and half the next day, and reached Kittilä at noon. Here again, runners set off for the outlying hamlets and brought in a further band of signatories, before the messenger set out to return. Within 10 days of the commencement of the movement, over 500,000 signatures had been affixed to the address, and a delegate appointed from each parish to proceed to St. Petersburg and present it to the Tsar himself. This last development had not been thought of as part of the original scheme, and it caused some uneasiness to the Helsingfors Committee. 500 men are not a deputation, but a demonstration, and the St. Petersburg police do not encourage demonstrations. But the idea was attractive, and it was decided to risk it, so a special train was chartered, and the delegates had started off on their way to the Russian capital before General Bobrikov, in spite of all his secret police, had the slightest idea of what was afoot. Then there was much excitement at the government house, and much telegraphing to and from St. Petersburg. It was even said that the whole staff being helpless with confusion, General Bobrikov sent his wife to the capital to urge the prompt capture and return of the 500 daring Finns. But nothing happened, and the delegates got back none the worse for their trip to St. Petersburg. They were not received. No one could have quite expected that, but the demonstration had its effect. The petition was in the following words: Most mighty and most gracious Emperor and Grand Duke, Your Imperial Majesty's manifesto of February the 15th has caused bewilderment and sorrow in every part of Finland. The ancient right of the Finnish people to participate in the legislation through its representatives in the Diet was confirmed for all time to come by Alexander I of blessed memory. This right was further developed and regulated during the reign of Alexander II and that of Alexander III. Nevertheless, the fundamental statutes issued together with the manifesto prescribe that the Finnish Diet shall no longer possess the right guaranteed by Finland's constitution to decide questions of legislation which are declared also to touch the interests of the Empire. The very cornerstone of our social structure is thereby being displaced. We, the undersigned Finnish citizens of all classes of society, most respectfully entreat your Imperial Majesty graciously to listen to our words, as we here lay at the foot of your throne the expressions of our deep concern about the fate threatening our fatherland, in case the stability of its fundamental laws is impaired. Most gracious Emperor, under the scepter of high-minded rulers and protected by its laws, Finland has made uninterrupted progress in prosperity and culture. The people have faithfully endeavored to fulfill all their duties to their monarchs and to the Russian Empire. We know that our country has of late found enemies in Russia, who by means of calumnies have sought to create suspicion as to the loyalty and trustworthiness of the Finnish people. But we know also that all such calumnies are based on falsehood. No country exists where respect for law and legal authorities is more deeply rooted than in Finland. During the 90 years of its union with powerful Russia, social order has never been disturbed in Finland, nor have subversive doctrines there found a congenial soil. Feelings of security and happiness have ever strengthened the ties by which Finland has become an inseparable part of the Russian Empire, although these ties have at the same time permitted the Finns to retain and to develop the national characteristics given them by the Almighty, and therefore not to be changed by any forcible measures. We cannot believe that your Imperial Majesty's intention with the manifesto has been to threaten the legal order of things and the inner quietude of Finland. We trust, on the contrary, that your Imperial Majesty will graciously consider the impression created by the manifesto, and will direct that its contents be brought into conformity with Finland's fundamental laws. We refuse to entertain in our hearts any doubt of the immutability of the imperial word, because it is our gracious monarch himself who has proclaimed to all mankind that might should yield to right, and the small nation's rights are equally sacred with those of the greatest people. Its love of fatherland is before Almighty God a virtue it can never abandon. Your Imperial Majesty's most faithful and respectful subjects. The State Secretary for Finland forwarded to the Tsar the request of the deputation for an audience, and in return received the following message. Inform the members of this deputation of 500 men that I, of course, will not receive them, although I am not vexed with them. They ought to return to their homes, and may then send in their petitions to their respective governors, who in their turn will send them to the Governor-General, who will send them to you to be presented to me, in case attention can be paid to them. Explain to the deputation the meaning of the manifesto of February 3rd, 15th, after which let it return home. When the State Secretary had delivered his message, and had endeavoured to soothe the feelings of the leaders of the delegates by some general assurances that the Tsar did not intend to violate the Finnish constitution, the delegate from Viborg replied in a speech of much power, which, it is said, he had intended to address to the Tsar himself, in case the delegates had been admitted. The speech was printed afterwards, and some of its phrases have since become household words in Finland, especially the following passage. Your Excellency, we beseech you having regard to the precious testimonies which His Majesty himself has borne as to how the Finnish people have faithfully served their rulers, and made good their confidence, thereby making their reigns sweet, and to the repeated assurances to the same end which we received from his august father and his deeply mourned grandfather. We beseech you to ask him if he will, before Almighty God and the judgment of history, bear the responsibility of the moral ruin of a whole nation. Tell him that we have been used to bearing up under severe destinies. The frost has times without number ravaged our sterile fields,
and the farmer has in one night lost the fruits of a whole year's heavy toil. But we have humbly borne these trials, supporting one another and trusting in the future, for these ravages have always left some of us untouched. But such a night frost as that of February 15th, the Finnish people have never known. With one stroke of the pen, the dearest thing we possessed, and hoped to deliver unimpaired, if not increased, to our children, was destroyed that night. Here are none of us untouched. High and low, rich and poor, all of us are alike struck by this visitation of fate. Ask His Majesty if he is rich enough to throw away the devotion and love of such a people. Your Excellency has told us that His Majesty, through his manifesto, has reserved for himself personally to decide in every special case as to which questions shall be referred to imperial legislation, and which to the home legislation of Finland. To this we reply that His Majesty's life, like our own, lies in the hands of the Most High. The love of millions could not protect the dear life of Alexander II from a handful of miserable men, and those who delivered him to them.
There was much anger in official circles in St. Petersburg at the proceedings so unprecedented in Russian politics. The members of the deputation went quietly to their homes, and the Governor-General, although making the most elaborate inquiries, could find no one to censure and no one to punish for a demonstration that disposed forever of his contention that the country people would be glad to see direct Russian government established in Finland. Only one of the delegates he was able to reach, the bold speaker whose words have been quoted, Mr. Wolf of Viborg, held at that time the honorary appointment of British Vice-Consul at that port, and some months afterward the Russian government applied for and secured his dismissal on the ground of his taking part in political propaganda. Whereupon the other British vice-consuls throughout the Grand Duchy sent in their resignations on the ground that they did not desire to hold any office that would conflict with the free expression of their views as citizens of Finland at such a crisis. End of section 14. Section 15 of Finland and the Tsars, 1809 to 1899, by Joseph Robert Fisher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 13. The Military Question. During all this time, the two committees of the Diet, the Military Service Committee and the Law Committee, were quietly engaged in Helsingfors in considering the new military proposals which had been presented in such an irregular fashion to the Estates. The February manifesto and the statutes annexed were not directly before the Diet, but both committees worked under the shadow of these documents, which, if upheld and carried out, rendered their labours altogether nugatory. For if the Imperial Council at St. Petersburg was to have the power to shape the scheme as it liked after the Diet had finished with it, the proceedings at Helsingfors were a waste of time. It was decided, however, that either to refuse to consider the military proposals on the ground of vice of form, or simply to reject them as unsuitable, would let slip a valuable opportunity of reiterating, in the most formal fashion, Finland's constitutional rights, and at the same time proving the readiness of the Estates to make very considerable sacrifices in order to satisfy every reasonable requirement of the Russian War Office, with regard to the strength and the efficiency of the Finnish army. The two committees, therefore, went very fully indeed into the constitutional and legal aspects of the question, and, while rejecting the Russian War Office scheme, drafted a counter-scheme of their own, which provides for a material strengthening of the Finnish army. These reports, on being received and approved by the Estates, were combined so as to form a complete answer, and in this form they were, on May 27th, 1899, unanimously adopted as the humble reply of the Estates of Finland to His Imperial Majesty's gracious propositions. This important document must form the basis of the future discussion on the subject, and may be regarded as Finland's grand remonstrance, covering as it does the whole ground in dispute. It is a bulky report, occupying nearly 300 pages of close type, but a good understanding of its tenor and main arguments is essential to a knowledge of the case. But in order to understand the references that are made to the Russian arguments in this reply, some account must first be given of Russia's position and claims with regard to the Finnish army, and of the Russian propositions laid before the Diet. We have already seen, in the early 70s, General Milyutin had endeavoured to bring about a complete union of the armies of Russia and Finland, the Finns being called upon to perform military service equally with the other populations of the empire, and amalgamate with them in forming one Russian army. It is admitted that there was at the time ample room for improvement. Indeed, a Finnish army can scarcely be said to have existed in the 60s. The old Swedish in Delta system provided, no doubt, a number of men capable of carrying rifles, but nothing really resembling a modern army. Yet it was abundantly clear from the constitution of Alexander I that conscription could not be introduced into Finland except with the consent of the estates, and Alexander II was wise enough to disregard the wishes of his war minister, and, by meeting the Finlanders fairly on their own constitutional ground, to obtain from them all that was necessary at the time. Once it became clear that a new system must be established if the Imperial Russian army was to hold its own in Europe, the question of reorganization in the Grand Duchy inevitably presented itself, and in the very first message on the subject addressed to Finland, it is not difficult to discern the conflict of influence in St. Petersburg between a Tsar mindful of his constitutional position and a war office intent only on recruits. On December 31st, 1870, Alexander II addressed a rescript to the Governor-General of Finland, in which he announced the approaching extension of military service to all classes in the empire, adding that he had decided that it was only reasonable to introduce a similar universal service into the Grand Duchy in place of the in Delta system,
with a due regard to existing law and ordinances in Finland.
The Governor-General Count Adlerberg was therefore directed promptly to take the necessary measures for the preliminary examination of the subject,
as it was intended to form rifle battalions in proportion to the numbers and the population and the resources of the country.
There can be little doubt that, although the constitutional reservation was made, the object aimed at in this rescript, from the military point of view, was the formation of battalions uniform in armament with, and forming part of the same organization as, the Russian army. Indeed, in further communications the Russian War Office expressed its wish, or rather intention, that the proposed Finnish army should be subjected to the general military district organization and the military tribunals of the empire, that it should accept Russian officers in its ranks, and should be liable to be stationed for service or training in any part of the empire where the necessity should arise. This was obviously, as Alexander at once recognized, a matter for the Diet, for without its consent the arrangement of 1809, by which Finland was exempted from conscription, and assured the right to keep her in Delta troops within her own borders and under Finnish officers, could not be altered. It followed that, as we have seen, although General Milyutin's circular in favour of forming an amalgamated and undivided Russian army met with the Tsar's general approval in principle, all idea of enforcing such a measure by decree from St. Petersburg had to be abandoned, and the proper authorities in Finland set to work to elaborate a scheme for the Grand Duchy. A military commission was accordingly appointed and met at Helsingfors in 1871, with the idea of preparing a military service bill for the Diet that was due in 1872. It was found, however, that there was at that time nothing for the commission to work upon. The Finnish authorities recognized the necessity that existed for creating an efficient army, as well as for keeping the new organization in touch with the Russian army and the Russian war minister, under whose command, for purposes of armament and organization, it would be. But there was no Russian scheme ready, and consequently no model on which to form the new Finnish rifle battalions, and so, after agreeing on a few general principles, the commission had to be adjourned indefinitely. The 1872 Diet thus passed without any military service bill, and it was not till 1877, the intervals being then quinquennial, that the new scheme was put forward and, after a long discussion, accepted by the estates. At the Russian War Ministry there was much fault-finding with the measure as adopted, and General Miliutin endeavoured to get the Emperor to alter it, but Alexander II was true to his pledges and refused to modify the measure, which was ultimately, in 1878, promulgated in a form that was in literal conformity with the resolutions of the Diet. And in this there is obvious statesmanship and wisdom. A nation of peaceful peasants is never very keen on military service, especially when their country is threatened with no danger, present or remote, and the easy-going farmer-soldiers of the antiquated Indelta system might have been regarded, in the rural districts, as quite sufficient for any work they were likely to be called upon to do. There were not wanting voices in the country and in the Diet to maintain this view, and if passions had been roused, sufficient opposition would probably have been created to resist a new proposal of compulsory general service altogether. Both parties had, therefore, good reason to be pleased with the result. Alexander II had secured the free consent of the estate to the introduction of conscription in Finland, and the Grand Duchy had established, formally and irrefragably, the constitutional principle that any future military bill must be prepared and drafted in Finland by the Finnish authorities and passed by the Diet, and further, that if accepted by the Tsar and promulgated, it must be promulgated in the precise form in which it was approved by the estates. The Russian War Office and the Imperial Council may advise the Emperor that it should not receive his sanction, but they cannot take up its consideration as an opinion which they are at liberty to consider and amend before it is submitted for the imperial signature. It was thus that the Military Service Bill of December 27, 1878, whose amendment or supersession is now in question, came into being by the joint action of the estates and the Emperor. The incidents connected with its passing are still a subject of bitter controversy in St. Petersburg, and two of the documents sent forward to the recent Diet from the War Office contained direct charges of bad faith against the Finnish authorities. The reply of the estates to these charges will be found later on in the course of the general argument. But before proceeding to that, we must see what is the nature of the measure and what are the Russian objections to it. It is provided that the Finnish army shall be organized on the basis of universal military service, that its object shall be the defense of Finland, and that it shall be composed exclusively of Finnish citizens. The time of service was to be 3 years with the active army, and 2 with the reserves. As, however, the number required to be kept with the colours, under the Russian War Office proposal, was less than that of the available conscripts, it was decided that those who were fortunate in the ballot should pass direct into the reserves, where they were to serve for 5 years, with 90 days military training in camp during the first 3 years. After passing through the reserves, all the conscripts pass into the landwehr till the age of 40. The number of men with the colours was fixed at 5,000, composed of 9 battalions of rifles, and later on a regiment of dragoons. The Governor-General was to have the supreme command, and was provided with a staff. There was also to be a Finnish chief with a separate staff. In matters of command, the army was to be under the direction of the Russian Minister of War, who was for the purpose to have the assistance of a Finnish officer as a reporter and secretary. But the general maintenance of the army, the commissariat, cadet schools, barracks, etc., were placed under the direction of the military section of the Finnish Senate, and on such matters, as well as on all questions involving legislation, the Minister Secretary of State for Finland was to report to the Emperor direct. The new arrangements were intended to be operative for a period of 10 years, after which they would be subject to revision, and accordingly more than one alteration was made during the reign of Alexander III, the proper legal and constitutional forms being always observed, in spite of the attempts of the Russian War Office to incite the Tsar to the contrary, and to abolish once and for all what was an offence to them.
A separate army within the borders of the empire.
Unity in the military law, applying to all who owed allegiance to the Emperor, and uniformity in the organization of the army were their constant aim, Indeed, mechanical unity and uniformity are now the Russian aim in church and state, as well as in the army, and every effort was made in that direction. Another commission, a Russian one this time, sat to discuss the question, and gravely reported that it found in the Finnish system
many peculiarities which, from the standpoint of special military demands and of general political interests of the empire, were not admissible, being called for neither by the existing local geographic peculiarities nor by the historical conditions of the Grand Duchy.
It was regarded as one objection in Russia that the Finnish military law differed in several respects from the general military law of the empire, thus constituting a hindrance to the completest possible uniformity in the organization of the armed strength of Russia. These divergences, it was held, should, in the majority of cases, be either completely abolished or sensibly modified. But the worst offence of all lay in the fact that Alexander II had consented to clothe certain important clauses of the law with all the sanctity of a fundamental law of Finland. An attempt was even made, and was repeated in the present year, to represent this as a Finnish trick, General Kuropatkin making a special report on the subject to the Emperor, which report was forwarded to the Finnish Diet. The charge was easily disposed of by the estates, and as a matter of fact, the whole circumstance was, from the Russian point of view, altogether destitute of importance. The object of the Russian War Office throughout has been to remove the Finnish military organization from the field of Finnish legislation, and to bring it within the scope of an imperial decree. The only effect of making this statute, or part of it, a fundamental law, is to render necessary an imperial proposition and a united vote of the four orders for its modification. If both these conditions were gone tomorrow, the Russian War Office would not have advanced one step towards the realization of its ambition, for the law of 1878 would still remain indisputably a law. No Russian has ventured to deny that, and as a law, it would be altered only with the consent of the Diet. But the Russian controversialist takes an almost Teutonic delight in a prolonged and embittered wrangle over an irrelevant point. The Russian case on this point is that the measure was presented to the estates as an ordinary project of law, and not as a fundamental statute. It was during the discussion of the project that the proposal was made, and agreed to, that 14 clauses of the Act should be declared fundamental, and it was decided to request the Senate to petition the Emperor to that effect. The Diet was, of course, aware that it had no power whatever to introduce legislation, fundamental or otherwise. Even the power it has since acquired of introducing ordinary projects of law was not then possessed by it. But it did not claim to exercise any such right. Its obvious position was that, a proposition being submitted to it in proper and legal fashion, it had the right to propose any alterations or modifications in that proposition, and those alterations or modifications, being accepted by the Emperor, became an essential part of the Act when sanctioned or promulgated. If the Russian contention held good, no ordinary amendment to any imperial proposition could at that time have been carried, for the Diet had no power to initiate legislation, and to insert some vital amendment is, in part, to initiate a law. Indeed, in another of his communications, General Kuropatkin is betrayed into this very crowning mistake when, as will be seen, he points out as a serious matter, and one tending to invalidate the law, that a certain clause, as passed by the Diet and sanctioned by the Emperor, differs somewhat in its wording from the same clause as it was originally submitted to the Diet. One can hardly complain that Russian officers should be entirely ignorant of the meaning of parliamentary procedure. It is not their business. But there might surely be somebody found amongst the officials who could protect a Secretary of State from falling into such a grotesque blunder. It was, of course, open to the Emperor to take objection to the procedure of the Diet in petitioning him, after a proposition had been formally made, to alter the nature of certain portions of that proposition, and transfer them from the category of ordinary to that of fundamental law. But when the petition was granted, it was surely open to the Tsar to regard that as quite sufficient, without the waste of time involved in dropping the 14 clauses out of the ordinary military service bill, and going once more through the formality of ordering the Secretary of State for Finland to direct the Senate to prepare a fresh series of fundamental propositions involving the 14 clauses in question. In any case, it is a little late, after a law has been over 20 years in operation, to raise the point that the Tsar acted irregularly in affixing his signature to it. The points declared to be fundamental related principally to such matters as the definition of the object of the maintenance of a Finnish armed force, its numerical strength, the principle of the choice by ballot, the period of service, the plan of mobilization, and the arrangements for the landwehr. Above all, the proposition that Finnish soldiers should not be placed under Russian officers was made fundamental, and that is resented more than all the rest. And the portentous argument is adduced that, because these things all touch on military efficiency and discipline, they therefore come within the scope of the Ministry of War. And as obviously no Russian Minister of War could have assented to such things, therefore that ministry may now comment upon them and alter them at will. Finally, it is advanced as another argument for invalidity that Count Milutin was induced to believe that the law was only introduced experimentally, and for a period of 10 years, and that, in the case of need, the necessary alterations in details, or in the wording of the statute, could be easily effected. It is to be feared that ministers have been known, and not alone in Russia, to make use of such arguments in order to facilitate the passing of their schemes. But surely this is the first occasion on which that has been brought forward as an argument for declaring the law invalid. Another vexed point was that of the command of the Finnish troops. Formerly, when there were chiefly Russian soldiers in the garrison in Finland, the Finnish army having shrunk to a single battalion in Helsingfors, the command of the Finnish soldiers devolved on the commanders of the Russian troops dislocated in Sveaborg and other fortresses in Finland. But when a real Finnish army was to be created, it was pointed out very naturally that the command of such a body of troops, being an imperial matter, should devolve on the Governor-General as the Emperor's direct representative. But the War Office discovered that in the working of this very reasonable arrangement, it resulted that matters pertaining to the economy and the administration of the Finnish army were reported on by the Governor-General in the usual course, through the office of the Minister-Secretary of State for Finland, to the detriment of the dignity of the Minister of War. Not only so, but the Finnish Senate, a civil institution and therefore beneath the notice of the War Ministry, had actually created a military section to look after such matters concerning the Finnish army as pertained to it. This the Russian Commission regarded as contrary to discipline and constituting one of the objectionable peculiarities that should be done away with. Another objectionable peculiarity of the Finnish military service law, in the eyes of the Russian officers, was that it was designed and maintained exclusively for the defence of Finland, and that the landwehr could only be called out in case of an actual invasion of the Grand Duchy. Also, from its smallness, the demand on Finland in men and money was naturally much less in proportion than that made on Russia for its army. Of Russians arriving at the age of military service, it was calculated that 36% were summoned to the colours, whilst of Finlanders of corresponding age, only 9.6% were called on. Again, whilst of Russia's total budget 28% went in military expenditure, Finland only spent 16%. The Russian army cost 2 rubles and 83 kopecks per head of the population, whilst the Finlanders only spent 1 ruble and 35 kopecks. It is interesting to notice, from this carefully worked-out official estimate, that expenditure on the navy in Russia has gone up no less in amount than 12 million rubles since 1895, the army in the same period having increased its demands on the public purse by 16 million. The total Russian expenditure on armaments in 1898 is given at 375,244,208 rubles, whilst Finland spends less than 4 million rubles. The unpractical reader might conclude from these tremendous figures that the Tsar's ministers would hasten to point the moral, and would yield to the unanswerable force of the peace manifesto which had appeared only a few weeks before. If by these enormous armaments the intellectual and physical strength of the nation are diverted from their natural application and unproductively consumed, whilst national culture, economic progress, and the production of wealth are paralyzed or checked in their development, and the financial changes following the upward march strike at public prosperity at its very source, then surely the obvious remedy was to make some practical effort to protect and restore public prosperity thus struck at, and to reduce the Russian armaments. If the Russians spent per head on their army only what the Finlanders spend, 15 million or 16 million sterling per year would at once be released to develop the intellectual and physical resources of the nation. But instead of that, they insist that Finland too shall be made to paralyze her national culture and economic progress by being dragged against her will into the upward march. The Russian Army Commission report, and the imperial propositions to the Diet based on that report, declare that the annual contingent of young Finlanders called to serve in the army shall be increased from the present figure of 9.6% to the Russian figure of 36%, or nearly quadrupled, whilst the expenditure would be doubled, a paralysing upward march which might have appalled even General Kuropatkin. It would have been little wonder that even without the teachings of the Peace Manifesto, the Finlanders would shrink back from the prospect. One more proposal was put before the Estates, or rather, a decision of the Tsar was brought to their notice, that relating to the military oath. The dominant party in Russia are, as is well known, as clerical as they are military. Unity and uniformity in religious belief and practice is a thing as earnestly to be aimed at as unity and uniformity in the army. The question of the military oath gives them an opportunity on a small scale of combining their ideals. In the military service law of 1878, no form of oath was distinctly laid down, the authorities being simply referred back to the form used in Sweden and given in Section 18 of the Form of Government of 1772. By that formula, soldiers swore to be true
to the king, to the state, and to the estates of the realm.
It appears, however, that for some reason this form never came into use, Finnish soldiers taking simply the oath required of civil servants. This was felt to be an inadequate form of allegiance for soldiers, and in the 1891 Diet a wish had been expressed for the drawing up of some more expressive form, pledging the men to monarch and fatherland. This is how the matter stood when, towards the end of January 1899, it was announced that the Tsar, on the proposal of the War Minister, had decided that
the oath which is laid down by law for the whole Russian army must also, for a portion thereof, the Finnish troops, be obligatory.
This order, which was quite illegal in form, gave rise to still more serious objections. In the Russian oath, Finland is naturally ignored. Even the Tsar's subtitle as ruler of the Grand Duchy is omitted, and the troops would have had to swear allegiance and obedience not to their constitutional sovereign, the Grand Duke of Finland, but to the autocrat of all the Russias, whilst the oath winds up with the words,
"In attestation of this my oath, I kiss the word and the cross of my Redeemer."
a formula which would be as disturbing to the conscientious beliefs and religious practices of a Finnish Lutheran as to those of a Scotch Presbyterian. It is true that an explanation was issued by the War Minister to the effect that each soldier would be allowed to take the oath according to his faith and right, and that Lutheran chaplains would take the oath of Finnish soldiers and would naturally not require the kissing of the cross. This might be accepted as satisfactory in Finland itself, but one can scarcely imagine a Russian War Minister providing Lutheran chaplains to look after the oath-taking of the 5,000 Finlanders drafted every year into Russian battalions. Everything would depend on the administration of the new order, and although trifling in itself, it did much to widen the fear and suspicion felt throughout Finland regarding the intentions of the Russian War Office. End of section 15. Section 16 of Finland and the Tsars, 1809 to 1899, by Joseph Robert Fisher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 14a. The Reply to the Tsar, Part 1. Such being the Russian view of the military service question, we are now in a position to follow the line taken by the Diet in its humble reply to the Tsar's proposals. The documents submitted to the Estates, and by them passed on to the two committees for report, were 5 in all. An imperial proposition for a military service law for the Grand Duchy of Finland, a scheme for the organization and administration of the Finnish army, 2 communications from the Russian Minister of War concerning the circumstances under which the military service law of 1878 was passed, and a proposal for a new form of oath for the Finnish army. As these documents related to the same subject, they were considered together by the committees, and at the outset of their reply, attention was directed to the irregularity of form by which, for the first time in the case of a proposed law, the Diet is asked simply for its opinion on propositions to be submitted afterwards to a Russian authority for revision, before receiving the Tsar's sanction. It is pointed out as self-evident that the authority by which the Estates are now called upon to join in the preparation of a military service law depends exclusively on the provisions of the fundamental laws of the country. And what those laws were, and their bearing on the subject, had been definitely settled in the case of the military service law of 1878. When that law was to be introduced, it is clear from the official documents connected with it, there was not a thought of such a possibility as issuing, without the consent of the Estates, of a law involving important alterations both in the fundamental laws and in the general law of the land. That law was sanctioned by the Emperor and Grand Duke in literal conformity with the law passed by the Estates after having considered the gracious proposition to that effect. It follows that in proposing any alteration of that law, a similar procedure must be adopted. That this is so has been acknowledged on each of the occasions when it was found necessary even slightly to modify or amend that law. Still more is it necessary to observe constitutional procedure at a juncture when it is proposed to alter the law so completely that it would virtually become a new statute, essentially differing in many respects from that of 1878. The Estates, therefore, decline simply to report their opinion on a proposition of such importance. The Diet was, however, quite willing to consider in proper constitutional form the important question raised in the proposed law, namely, whether Finland's present military contribution can be regarded as corresponding to the demands that may justly be made of her for the defence of the common interests of the Russian Empire. Finland has never been backward in this respect. When in 1877 Alexander II, in proposing the adoption of the principle of general obligatory military service, asked simply for an army of 5,000 men on a peace footing, the Estates went further and introduced into the measure the stipulation for 90 days military training for all those who, by the fortune of the ballot, were not called upon to serve with the colours, but passed direct into the reserves. It is admitted, however, that even with this training, the reserve, as at present organized, although very numerous, is not, properly speaking, efficient or fit to take its place with regular troops, if called out for that purpose. And if this militia-like body is left out of consideration, the military forces maintained by Finland in times of peace are relatively not in proportion to the army maintained by the Empire, and the same applies to the contingent that would be forthcoming in time of war. The Diet agrees, therefore, that it is a correct and natural thing to desire to bring the share of the burden of defence that falls on the Finnish people into greater conformity with that falls on the Russian people. There should, therefore, be carried through gradually such a considerable increase of the Finnish forces as will bring about something resembling equality, alike in the political and financial burden between Finland and Russia. It is also obviously desirable in order to ensure the necessary cooperation with Russian forces during military operations, that no appreciable difference should exist between the two armies with respect to military instruction and organization. As a matter of fact, however, the exigencies of uniformity in this respect are already admitted. The circumstance that the Minister of War for Russia has command in all purely military matters of the Finnish army is a sufficient guarantee that the unity required in the management of the military affairs of the whole empire will be observed. But if in the course of the revision of the law it should appear that any matters not now coming within the resort of the Minister of War could be better dealt with in that way, the necessary modification can be made in the new statute. As regards the Russian proposal to extend the time of active service from 3 years to 5, this does not seem necessary, since the time at present spent with the colours has proved to be sufficient to impart to the Finnish troops the proper training. To fix a prolonged term of service, besides being unnecessary, would in many respects have serious economic consequences for the country. The reorganization of the reserves is, however, another matter. It is clear that the present conditions of service do not ensure so efficient a reserve as does the Russian system, and the Estates accordingly regard it as a necessary reform that the reserve should be reorganized and placed on a basis corresponding to that in force in the empire. That is to say, that the reserve should consist, as in Russia, only of troops who have served in the active army, and further, that it should be so graded that a sufficient number of trained soldiers of proper age should be at the disposal of the authorities in case the Finnish army were to be called on to take part in a great campaign outside the frontiers of its own country. This latter is a point on which there has been some misunderstanding. The Finnish Diet has never laid it down as a principle that under no circumstances should Finnish troops be employed out of Finland, although their primary object naturally has been the defence of the Grand Duchy. When general military service was first introduced into a country where, for centuries, military service had been based on voluntary enlistment, it was natural that both the Emperor and the Estates should wish to make the burden as light as possible at first, and confine the task of the new conscript army in such a way as would ensure that the new order of things should be sustained by public opinion. But since the law, after having been in operation for 20 years, is now the object of revision, the Diet recognized the obligations of Finland in regard to the defence of the whole empire. Even in Russia, where universal service was introduced in 1874, it was found necessary to take into consideration the social conditions existing in different parts of the country, and to accommodate this system to the circumstances with which it came into contact, and various separate statutes were issued applying only to certain territories. The same principle was followed some years later in preparing the present military service law for Finland. The Russian model was followed in all cases where that could be done with advantage, but there was no hesitation in making the Finnish law in several respects different from the Russian, where this was considered necessary to efficiency. It would be giving up the results of all this experience if they were now to make the Finnish military service law a mere copy of the law existing in Russia. The two systems now correspond in so far that they are both adapted to the real conditions of life to which they apply. To create at this period identical laws to apply in conditions that are so widely different would be to bring about a mechanical uniformity that would really injure and set back the interests of military efficiency in Finland, and therefore be injurious to the empire. Partial alterations of the law of 1878 have been made as experience indicated their necessity, and, as has already been said, further modifications are now desirable, but such alterations should be confined to such portions of the law as are really in need of amendment. To upset provisions of the law that have worked satisfactorily, and are based on sound and well-tried principles, would not, in the opinion of the Estates, be a rational mode of proceeding. How widely the aims and methods that prevailed in the elaboration of the propositions for a new law now placed before the Diet vary from the principles just laid down, will be clear from the terms of those propositions, and of the papers accompanying them. These proposals, for instance, make no distinction between those portions of the law of 1878 which are essentially constitutional and whose validity and importance must be maintained whatever military modifications may be introduced, and those others which, although declared fundamental, refer exclusively to the conscription and the general organization of the army, and would naturally come up for reconsideration. The proposals delivered to the Estates do not, however, confine themselves simply to the alteration of the military provisions of the law. They aim at the total repeal of the clauses containing constitutional guarantees. In addition to that, new regulations are proposed, which, on account partly of their form and partly of their tendency, are incompatible with the legal position of the Grand Duchy. Occasion is taken in bringing forward these proposals to attack or to dispute, sometimes in an offensive way, the rights that have since the year 1809 been solemnly guaranteed to the Finnish people by the sovereigns of Russia. In the carrying out of these tendencies, several proposals are made whose object is to bring about a forced uniformity between the Finnish and the Russian military system. Thus the Finnish forces may be transported, even in time of peace, to any part of Russia. Natives of Russia may be conscripted for service in the Finnish army. Russians may serve as officers in the Finnish army. The affairs of the Finnish army, even the financial administration, is to be managed by Russian district military authorities, and so forth. Just and reasonable principles are thus made to yield to the new political tendencies. The clearest proof of this is afforded by the fact that it is proposed that in the future the abridgment of the period of service on the ground of superior education shall be granted only on the presentation of a certificate of knowledge of Russian. Thus military service is to be used as a means of forcing on Finland a knowledge of the Russian language, and young men of education would be placed in a more unfavourable position in Finland than in the Empire. The Estates have no wish to depreciate the value of a knowledge of Russian. It is agreed that for the Finnish military staff, for example, and for the holders of certain administrative positions, it is indispensable. But it is impossible altogether to disregard the fact that the inhabitants of Finland and of Russia belong to entirely different races. The mass of the people, whether Finnish-speaking or Swedish-speaking, are not likely to learn any language other than their mother tongue. For those who devote themselves to public affairs, or move in some more extensive field of work, a knowledge of both languages is absolutely necessary. To add to these, in addition to the ordinary courses of study, a compulsory knowledge of the Russian language for everyone who wishes to secure an exemption from a portion of the term of military service would create a feeling of injustice and make military service unpopular throughout the country. Military service is not a matter of choice. It is a duty imposed upon every citizen, and the Finnish people would certainly regard the new proposals as a violent attempt to interfere with and alter the national language and the national character. Attention is also directed to the use that is frequently made in the explanations issued by the Russian General Staff of the words fatherland and patriotism. The opinion indicated is that the Finns are simply a number of Russian subjects settled in certain Russian provinces forming one of the borderlands of the empire. Finland is their native place, but the Russian Empire is their fatherland. And the same mode of thinking is also reflected in Clause 1 of the proposed military service law. Patriotism, however, has at all times had its definition fixed by natural and historical circumstances, which cannot be altered by any peremptory measures, and in consequence of those circumstances, Finland is the fatherland of the Finns. But since Finland is inseparably united with the Russian Empire, and forms with it an international unit, the duty of defending the fatherland can never be performed by the people of Finland otherwise than by participation in the defence of the whole empire, whether the fighting takes place within the borders of Finland or beyond them. At the same time, Finland's modest contribution to the defence of the monarch and empire will not be less effective when, as heretofore, it remains a constituent part of the institutions of its own country, and is not forcibly and contrary to existing rights amalgamated with the Russian army. The existing military service law was drawn up in strict conformity with the well-established Finnish system of legislation. It formed a complete code dealing with such matters relating to the army as can only be legislated upon by the united decision of the monarch and the estates. But it did not comprehend matters on which the monarch has the right of legislating, independent of the Diet, by means of the so-called administrative ordinances. It is by such ordinances that the whole of the arrangements necessary for the carrying out in detail of the military law are effected. This bilateral system, which safeguards the privileges of the nation, whilst leaving to the governing power the liberty of action necessary for the development of administrative requirements, has also been ignored in the preparation of the proposed law, in which matters of detail proper to be dealt with administratively are embodied along with the legislation, such as should be embodied in a law passed by the Diet. Consequently, if the whole of this law were to be accepted by the estates and sanctioned by the Emperor, not a single paragraph in it could be altered in future without the consent of the estates, thus actually restricting in many respects His Majesty's present power of legislating by ordinance. On the other hand, it would be a flagrant violation of the fundamental laws of Finland if, because the proposed new law contains certain administrative details, it were to be treated as a matter that could be decided without the cooperation of the estates. The second proposal, that for the organization and administration of the army, suffers from the same faults as those pointed out in the proposed military service law. The greater part of it is composed, it is true, of administrative regulations, but it contains in addition several stipulations which are in opposition either to the existing military law or to the general fundamental laws of Finland, and which, therefore, cannot be issued in such an administrative act as that which seems to be proposed. Objectionable in the highest degree, moreover, is the practice which recurs several times in this proposal of referring in an ordinance intended to become valid in Finland to Russian laws which have no validity whatever in the Grand Duchy. In consideration of all these things, the estates unanimously resolve that these proposals do not simply aim at a reform of the military system of Finland, but involve political aims, the realization of which would gravely infringe upon Finland's constitutional position, and would entail the most ruinous consequences for the country and for its future development. That the alterations insisted upon in the proposals are not justified by the obligations that are incumbent upon Finland in virtue of its position in the Russian Empire, and that legitimate claims can be satisfied without such alterations, so much the more easily since there already exists in principle a uniformity between the Finnish and the Russian armies in all matters that are important from a military point of view. That the proposals lack that regard for and adherence to existing law which is essential if the new law is to be built on a sure foundation, besides which the object in view, the establishment of uniformity with Russian law, has excluded all consideration for the differences that exist both in national and social respects between Finland and Russia. That the proposals do not pay regard to the existing forms for legislation in Finland, nor to the system according to which laws and administrative ordinances must be distinguished from each other. That therefore it is not possible for the estates, as the representatives of the Finnish nation, to accept these proposals. The Diet did not, however, think it right simply to negative the imperial proposals in a matter in which it was admitted that reform was necessary. And in order to render possible the carrying out of these reforms, the estates proceeded to examine the existing law clause by clause, inserting such amendments as seemed best calculated, whilst paying due observance to the fundamental laws of Finland, to carry out His Majesty's wishes, and to bring about such development in the conscription system as would correspond with the altered circumstances. The Diet, in fact, rejected the proposal made on the basis of the claims of the Russian War Office, and substituted a counter-proposal of its own. The first clause is so worded as to make it clear that every citizen of Finland is liable to the compulsory military service
for the defence of the throne, the fatherland, and the Russian Empire,
instead of, as formerly, simply for the defence of the throne and the fatherland. The Russian proposal had been to leave out fatherland altogether and insert Russian Empire in its place, but even General Kuropatkin can hardly object to the mention of his own country among the objects of the Finlanders' guardianship. It is proposed also to do away with the last remnants of the old in-delta system, now quite useless, and landowners are expressly freed from all future obligations in that direction. In future, the army is to consist, like that of the Empire, of two classes, standing army and landwehr, the standing army being composed of active army and reserves. A Finnish subject is to do duty only in the Finnish army. This has been the law ever since Finland was joined to Russia, and the estates adhere to it. It is fundamental, and any alteration of it would involve a severe encroachment on the secured rights of Finnish subjects. The legal and constitutional grounds on which the Finnish contention rests are incontestable, and it is argued further that on the grounds of military efficiency any change would be for the worse. Finnish lads placed compulsorily in a Russian regiment would find themselves in strange surroundings. They would not understand the language of either their officers or their comrades. The necessary difference in customs, temperament, and ideas would also contribute to make the young Finns, even if they were kindly treated, feel like strangers. Through no fault of their own, they would necessarily, for these reasons, try the patience of the officers by being slow to understand explanations and orders at drill, or in barracks. The result would be backwardness, reproof, punishment, and their situation would soon become unbearable. Their education in civil and religious duties, which is made a feature of in the Finnish army, would naturally be at an end when the recruits were placed among men differing from them in tongue and in religion. The estates lay emphasis on these points because it is known that a committee appointed by the Russian General Staff has been charged with preparing a proposal for the placing of Finnish conscripts in Russian regiments. They have probably not taken into consideration the actual facts, or the important circumstances put forward by the estates, nor are they cognizant of the strength of national feeling in Finland. It is not by slighting such feelings, or ignoring such considerations, that the Empire will get the most benefit out of the Finnish conscripts. It is also pointed out that emigration has shown an extraordinary increase during the past few months, in spite of a generally prosperous year, and inquiries have shown that this increased emigration has chiefly been caused by the misgivings that have been awakened by the mere rumours that Finnish conscripts would have to serve in the Russian army. For all these reasons, the estates consider that in the interest of their military efficiency, as well as their own welfare, the new law should contain an explicit statement to the effect that Finnish citizens shall serve only with Finnish troops, and they have accordingly inserted a subsection to that effect. As regards the proposal to extend the time of active service from 3 to 5 years, the estates point out that in France, Germany, Austria, Italy, and other European countries, the time of service with the colours is from 2 to 3 years, and that there seems no reason for extending it in Finland, especially as a conscript can be made completely efficient in the shorter time. Still less necessary is the proposal to extend the time of service in the reserves to not less than 13 years, making a total of 18 years with the standing army. The counter-proposal is that total service should be 10 years, 3 with the active army and 7 in the reserves. The present reserve composed of men who have not passed through the active army being abolished. At present, the army on a peace footing amounts to 5,821 men, 220 volunteers included, and on a war footing to 15,088, of whom 3,486 form the depot troops. The number of men thus required to join in order to bring up the peace footing to a war footing is 9,267. The duty of a reserve is to supply this number to fill vacancies in the ranks, and eventually to form reserve battalions. Making allowance for wastage of various sorts, it is calculated that 7 classes of reserves representing the 7 years of service, would supply all that is required. After serving his time in the standing army, active and reserve, the soldier passes into the Landwehr. The Diet proposes to make such alterations in the Landwehr as are necessary to fit in with the alterations in the reserve system. Those conscripts who, owing to the fortunes of the ballot, have not been called on to serve in the active army will immediately be transferred to the Landwehr instead of to the reserves as provided by the present law. At present, men are included in the Landwehr till the age of 40. The Russian proposal would extend this period to 43 years, as there seems no reason why men in Finland should be discharged from their duty 3 years sooner than in Russia. The Diet accepts this extension. The question of the extent of the service to be required of the Landwehr men is also raised. It has been objected in Russia that at present the Landwehr may be called out only in case of a hostile invasion of the country. The objection is reasonable, as it is obvious that in some cases, at least, the summoning of the Landwehr would then be too late, especially in the case of men who would require a considerable amount of training to fit them for service. The Diet accepts the proposition in accordance with which the clause would be worded so as to read that the Landwehr may be called out only on extraordinary occasions and in time of actual war. If, in the case of war, the reserve should prove insufficient for filling up the ranks in active service, the younger classes of the Landwehr may be called on to make good the deficiency. End of section 16. Section 17 of Finland and the Tsars, 1809 to 1899, by Joseph Robert Fisher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 14b. The Reply to the Tsar, Part 2. A considerable space in the Diet's reply is occupied with a discussion of the command of the Finnish army. It is in connection with the wording of the section governing this matter in the Act of 1878 that the War Minister made his extraordinary charge against the Finnish Diet in his memorandum of January 15th, 24th, 1899. The discovery made by General Kuropatkin is that the clause as enacted
has not the same wording as that which His Imperial Majesty Alexander II had himself given to the said article, when a proposal for a gracious proposition concerning the institution of compulsory service in Finland was submitted to the consideration of the Emperor.
The statement is quite true. The only wonder is that the Russian War Minister, at the very moment when most of all he wishes to deny the right of the Finnish estates to legislate with regard to the army, should himself have been so misguided as to direct attention to an incident clearly proving that the estates possessed that very right, and exercised it with the consent of the Emperor at the time of the passing of the last Military Service Act. The facts are very simple, and are all on record. The original proposition was worded as follows.
The Governor-General of the Grand Duchy of Finland, commanding the troops in the Finnish military district, is at the same time commander of the Finnish troops.
As altered by the Estates and sanctioned by the Emperor, the clause runs,
The Governor-General of the Grand Duchy of Finland, who likewise commands the Russian troops which may be stationed in the country, is the commander of the Finnish army.
The motive of the change is obvious. The Finlanders, jealous of any attempt to attenuate their position as a self-governing Grand Duchy into that of either a civil province or a military district of the Russian Empire, altered troops in the Finnish military district into Russian troops which may be stationed in the country, and for Finnish troops substituted Finnish army. There was nothing underhand or evasive about the matter. It was done in the usual constitutional form recognized by the law, and invariably practiced. The Emperor, through the Senate, made his gracious propositions, and the Estates drew up and forwarded their humble reply. And in that reply they pointed out, as usual, the alterations they had made in the proposition, and stated their reasons. The Estates, they said in 1877,
except the principle laid down in section 127, 119, to the effect that the command of the Finnish troops pertains to the Governor-General, but they find it necessary to alter the wording of this part of the paragraph. For this alteration it is not necessary to give any further reasons than that the term Finnish military district, which can scarcely be allowed in a Finnish law, refers to an existing military distribution in countries subject to your Majesty's sceptre, the alteration or annulling of which cannot be dependent on this military service law.
This is neatly put, and no doubt the Russian military authorities duly appreciated the zeal of the Finnish Diet for the integrity of the imperial prerogative. But there need be little doubt that the real objection was to the use in a Finnish statute of the phrase Finnish military district. General Kuropatkin, who knew nothing of the humble reply, or of parliamentary procedure of any sort, and imagines he has discovered another Finnish forgery, like those alleged by Monsieur Auden, points out this divergence between the draft and the law, and argues that if the Estates wanted any change made, they ought to have petitioned for an alteration of the wording, alleging that they had acted
contrary to the natural mode of procedure
in altering it for themselves. The Estates had no difficulty in pointing out that, according to the fundamental laws, they have always possessed the right not only to accept or to reject a proposition for a new law submitted to them, but also to declare their acceptance, subject to an alteration in the wording, approved by them, and that it then depends on the monarch to either assent to the change or to let the proposition lapse. The War Minister further objects that, whereas the amendment pretends merely to be an alteration in the wording, it is really fundamental, because it concerns the authority of the Minister of War, and that the alteration was not brought to the notice of General Milyutin, the then Minister of War, as it ought to have been. If this were true, it might be held to imply a censure on General Milyutin's secretaries of 20 years ago for not keeping their chief posted in what was going on, but it is surely hard to hold the Finnish Diet responsible. As a matter of fact, the whole story is an invention. The records show that General Milyutin applied for and received from the office of the Secretary of State for Finland a copy of the original proposal, for the express purpose of comparing it with the law as adopted, and that he made no objection. The question was raised and settled in 1877-78 in full legal and constitutional form, and should now be allowed to rest. The Diet, therefore, regret to observe that in the present proposed laws the words Finnish military district are again introduced, and that in Article 10 of the proposed ordinances it is stated that
the highest local administration of the Finnish troops, authorities, establishments, and institutions rests with the Commander-in-Chief of the Finnish military district. When the duties of the Finnish military district are entrusted to the Governor-General of Finland, the highest local administration of those troops, authorities, establishments, and institutions also devolves upon him.
The Diet cannot assent to such an article, and proposes that the clause shall simply run,
The Governor-General of Finland is Commander-in-Chief of the Finnish troops, unless the Emperor and Grand Duke shall appoint some other person to the office.
It is clear from this and other proposals that part of the object of the proposals of the Russian General Staff is to abolish altogether the present institutions of the Finnish military system. At present, the Finnish army is under the Governor-General and a Finnish commander with a Finnish staff, medical administration, comptroller, and so forth. But if a single Russian officer in his capacity of Commander-in-Chief of the Finnish military district were placed in control of the highest local administration of the Finnish troops, authorities, establishments, and institutions, there would soon be an end of all that, in spite of the clear provision of the law of 1878, which enacted, in the very words proposed by the Emperor Alexander II himself, that
the officers as well as the civil officials of the Finnish army shall consist of Finnish citizens.
This clause, carrying out as it does the guarantees given by Alexander I at Borgo in 1809, is the basis on which the whole military administration of Finland was organized. It is one of the clauses expressly declared to be fundamental, and to attempt to alter it by ordinance would be a flagrant violation of the Constitution. The Diet claims no right, and has never done so, to take part in deciding the way in which the Finnish military organisation is to be carried on, except so far as is permitted by the military service law itself. But in view of the attempts that are being made to change the character of the Finnish army, they make a formal declaration to the effect that
the Estates, as representatives of the Finnish people, consider it their duty to adhere to the country's right to its own peculiar administration, as based on its constitution, and therefore they cannot consent to any alteration of Section 120 of the Military Service Law, or of the consequent principle that the authorities established for the military, sanitary, and economic administration of the Finnish army cannot be incorporated with or subordinated to the authorities of the Russian Military District Command, or otherwise altered in such a manner that they should cease to be the Finnish authorities subject to Finnish laws.
Similarly strenuous objection is offered to the proposal that Russian officers may receive commissions in the Finnish army. The proposed article provides that
the body of officers attached to these troops shall be completed by persons born in the Finnish provinces, as well as in other parts of the empire.
This wording, which ignores the very existence of the Grand Duchy of Finland, together with the explanations attached to the scheme, affords another proof of the political tendencies by which the War Office Committee, charged with preparing the government proposals, was inspired. The Diet does not wish to follow up the controversy as to the various inaccuracies in fact and in law involved in the explanations forwarded by the Committee of the Russian General Staff, but it cannot help expressing its regret that the committee should speak of the Finnish Subjects Clause of the Act of 1878, a clause which, as has been seen, was proposed by the Emperor Alexander II himself as offensive to Russian national feeling. It has been argued that the present state of affairs, by which Russians cannot become officers in the Finnish army, whilst many Finns serve as officers in the Russian army, is opposed to the principles of reciprocity. But a Finnish officer entering the Russian army becomes subject to all the conditions as to language, etc., of the Russian service. He is specially trained for the purpose, and becomes, from the point of view of military duty, practically a Russian. The number of Finnish officers in the imperial service never exceeds 1% of the whole body of imperial officers. It would be very different with Russian officers in the Finnish army if once the policy of unification were to set in. They would bring their language and other qualities, and they would come in such numbers as to entirely swamp the Finnish element. In fact, the proposal, taken in connection with the political tendencies already referred to, can only be regarded as another step in the direction of the desired denationalization of Finland. The Estates cannot but resist such a tendency, and hold fast to a clause which they regard as one of the most important conditions for the maintenance of the Constitution of Finland. After pointing out that no alteration in the mode of organizing and officering the Finnish active army can be called for on the ground of lack of efficiency, since their good discipline and soldierly qualities have been repeatedly praised by the inspecting officers and by the Tsar himself, the Estates proceed to a very interesting discussion of the Finnish national character in connection with army service, with the object of showing that any change in the direction of Russification would be injurious both to discipline and efficiency. The youth of Finland, it is claimed, possess many of the special qualities which go to the making of good soldiers, but it must not be overlooked that there belongs also to the Finnish national character a certain taciturnity and a reserved and sometimes unyielding disposition, the result of the continuous struggle of the people for centuries with many trials and much suffering. This renders it necessary that the control and education of lads called to the military service should be in the hands of people fully acquainted with their language, customs, and idiosyncrasies. Otherwise, the process of instruction would be painful. Unavoidable misunderstandings would lead to faults on the part of the soldiers, in dealing with which faults, again, the Russian officers might, without intending it, proceed in such a way as to make matters worse. Nor can the efficiency of the Finnish officers be questioned. They all, without exception, speak the Russian language. They receive the same education as the Russian officers, and they are kept fully conversant with the service and the circumstances of the imperial army, so as to be fully prepared for common action with Russian troops in manoeuvres or in war. And the Finnish conscripts themselves, in virtue of the qualities mentioned, would certainly better endure hardship and face danger on the field of battle, if the strong tie of a common nationality united them to their officers. Coming to the question of the strength of the Finnish army on a peace footing, the estates point out that the figure agreed upon in 1878, namely 5,000 men, was not laid down as a fixed and unalterable standard, but simply as one suited to the circumstances of the country at that time, and capable of alteration as the development of the resources and population of the country should warrant. The Finnish committee in St. Petersburg agreed with the Senate in this matter, and approved of the number agreed upon on the express ground that, as set forth by the Minister of War, it by no means follows that the number of the Finnish army should always and unalterably remain at a fixed peace strength of 5,000 men, but that this number could, in proportion to the resources and with the consent of the estates, be augmented. The fixing upon that number did not, as a matter of fact, prevent its being increased when, in 1889, it was decided to raise a regiment of dragoons, the estates readily agreeing to the necessary amendment of section 121. Another of the numerous misrepresentations made to the Emperor by the Russian General Staff refers to this clause, which in one of its subsections directs that the distribution of the troops should be determined by the Emperor and Grand Duke upon representation of the Senate. In its explanations, the Russian committee informed the Tsar that the estates extended their claims even to the length of considering that the question of the distribution of the troops ought to rest with the Senate, although the text before them expressly states that the decision rests with the Emperor, acting, on general principles, naturally on the advice of the Senate, which was the governing body of the country appointed by himself. Such representations do not in the least interfere with the Emperor's right, on the advice of the War Minister, to control the movements of the troops in manoeuvres or in time of war. In the present propositions there is no clause fixing the number of the active army in time of peace, although it is clear that a large increase is intended. The object seems to be to take the matter entirely out of the hands of the Diet, and to invalidate altogether section 121 of the present law, in which the number is fixed. The estates cannot, of course, agree to such a proposal. The Diet fully recognizes, as has already been said in this report, that a considerable increase in the force at present fixed on as the peace footing is desirable. At the same time, the estates cannot admit that the increase should be such as to bring the Finnish army up to the same proportion to population as exists in the case of the Russian army. The political arrangements of Russia have for 2 centuries been specially directed to the problem of procuring sufficient funds for the maintenance of a mighty army, as a means of attaining great political aims, and the fact that the finances of the empire, notwithstanding such sacrifices, have been brought into such excellent condition is itself a proof of the vastness of the economic resources of every description which exist in Russia. Altogether different is the situation of Finland. The fact that since 1809 Finland has been assured in the possession of peace, and has had to bear only a small burden for the defence of the country, has made it possible for that country to make a gratifying progress in material well-being, in spite of a barren soil and an ungenial climate. Grateful for the privileges conferred on them up till now, the Finnish people cannot, it is true, think of demanding that they shall be indefinitely favoured to the same extent when sacrifices for national defence are required. The estates are, however, of the opinion that any attempt to apply a hard and fast mathematical standard would, in view of the inferior natural resources of Finland, result not in equality, but in inequality and injustice. The Russian army on a peace footing stands in a proportion of about 7.8 per thousand of the population. If this proportion were to be extended to Finland, it would mean a peace footing of about 20,000 men. To maintain so great a force would be ruinous to the country, and the scarcity of labour, already severely felt, would increase to such a degree as to threaten agricultural and industrial disaster. After giving every consideration to the question of the extent of increase that could be borne by Finland, the Estates arrived at the conclusion that the number of men on a peace footing could not be raised to more than 12,000. This means more than doubling the present army on a peace footing, and such an increase should be introduced gradually over a period of at least 9 years, and an essential condition of such an added burden would be that the present customs tariff should not be subjected to any great alteration, as otherwise great economic and financial difficulties would result. And it is of the utmost importance that the development of the country should be allowed to proceed as hitherto under the protection of steady and unvarying economic laws. It is a little difficult to make anything like a valid comparison between the suggestion made above by the Finnish Diet and the demands of the Russian General Staff Committee. The Diet offers an increase amounting to rather more than a doubling of the peace footing of the army, the total to be attained by yearly increments spread over a period of at least 9 years, and, while making no estimate of the financial burden involved in this, it lays down a condition that the Finnish revenue shall not be violently disarranged in the interval by any serious interference with the customs tariff. The Russian scheme, on the other hand, mentions no total either for a war or for a peace footing, advises a yearly increment at an increasing ratio spread over 10 years, and it is suggested that the money could easily be found by an all-round increase in the customs tariff, so as to equalize it with that prevailing in Russia, a method of raising revenue not at all approved by the Finnish financiers. The Russian estimate is accompanied by a series of tables showing that, on an average of the last 5 years, only 9.6% of the young men in Finland attaining the age for service are called on to join the active army, whilst in Russia 36% are called on. The present annual contingent averages 1,920, who serve in Finland for 3 years, the total arms amounting to 5,821. It is proposed to leave unchanged the contingent left to serve in Finland, although apparently the total peace footing would be increased owing to the extension of the number of years of service, but to steadily raise the number of conscripts, each year's increase being drafted to do their service in the Russian army. This particular table is in 5 columns, showing the year, the number of fresh conscripts called, the percentage, the number drafted off to Russia, and the amount of money that Finland, in addition to maintaining her own army, would be called on to pay over to Russia for their support. Table begins. The table ends at approximately 24 minutes 25 seconds. 1899. Contingent of 1,920. 9.6%. No contribution to the Russian army. No contribution to the Russian treasury in Finnish marks. 1900. Contingent of 2,460. 12.3%. Contribution to the Russian army of 540. No contribution to the Russian treasury in Finnish marks. 1901. Contingent of 3,000. 15%. Contribution to the Russian army of 1,080. 1,121,296 Finnish marks. 1902. Contingent of 3,540. 17.7%. Contribution to the Russian army of 1,620. 2,242,592 Finnish marks. 1903. Contingent of 4,080. 20.4%. Contribution to the Russian army of 2,160. 3,363,888 Finnish marks. 1904. Contingent of 4,620. 23.1%. Contribution to the Russian army of 2,700. 4,485,184 Finnish marks. 1905. Contingent of 5,160. 25.8%. Contribution to the Russian army of 3,240. 5,606,480 Finnish marks. 1906, contingent of 5,700. 28.5%. Contribution to the Russian army of 3,780. 6,727,776 Finnish marks. 1907, contingent of 6,200. 31.0%. Contribution to the Russian army of 4,280. 7,849,072 Finnish marks. 1908, contingent of 6,700. 33.5%. Contribution to the Russian army of 4,780. 8,970,368 Finnish marks. 1909, contingent of 7,200. 36%. Contribution to the Russian army of 5,280. 10,091,664 Finnish marks. End of table. Finland, in fact, offers to double her peace footing, or rather more. Russia calls on her to quadruple it. It will be seen that the demand is a very severe one. The military committee of the Diet was not unanimous in reporting in favour of the increase to a 12,000 maximum for the Finnish army, 4 peasant members voting for a limit of 10,000, but ultimately the 12,000 maximum was accepted by the estates. The committee also instructed the estates to insist on the maintenance of the principle that the Finnish troops should be stationed within their own provinces within the Grand Duchy. The Russian General Staff proposal contains a stipulation to the effect that the Finnish troops may also be distributed in divisions and corps that are stationed out of Finland, and in the explanations it is further added
that the Finnish drafts may be incorporated in other combinations of troops in case they are transferred from the Finnish to other military districts, and that may occur in time either of peace or of war.
Against this, besides the legal and other objections already made, which prove this proposal to be entirely inadmissible, it may be pointed out that the stationing of troops in time of peace outside the borders of the country in which they were raised would result in military disadvantages and complications. It would complicate the working of the conscription system, and essentially delay the work of mobilization, and increase its cost. The principle has already been admitted that the Finnish troops are bound to take part in the general defence of the Empire outside Finland, and the estates propose that Section 123 of the present law shall be amended so as to enact expressly that Finnish subjects are liable to the compulsory military service for the defence of the Russian Empire, and that they may be called to serve out of the country for that purpose. Finland can have no separate existence, so far as international questions, properly so called, are concerned. And it is thus a consequence of Finland's union with the Empire that, in a political sense, Finnish troops can have no other object than Russian troops. If war breaks out, the enemies of Russia are the enemies of Finland, but it does not follow that in the employment of Finnish troops, special circumstances should not be taken into consideration. It goes without saying that the Finnish soldier will fight best when he is conscious that he is fighting for the defence of his own country. And if a war were to break out that called for measures of defence in Finland, it would be out of the question to use Finnish troops elsewhere. Therefore, the estates have felt it necessary, whilst asserting the general imperial liability of the Finnish army, to insert words in the proposed clause providing that Finnish troops should in time of war be used primarily for the defence of Finland, and that they should only be called on to assist in defending the Empire when there is no likelihood of their being required for the former purpose, that is, when no attack on Finland is anticipated. This especially concerns the Landwehr, which can only be called out in time of grave danger, and on some extraordinary emergency. It need hardly be said that if the alterations in the existing law now suggested are accepted and ratified, military service will be rendered in many respects more burdensome than at present. It is therefore necessary that the increased pressure should be applied gradually, and specially that the stipulations regarding the increased length of service should not be applied in the case of those whose term of service has already commenced under the old conditions, or who, having taken part in the balloting, have been declared exempt from service in the active army. Only such conscripts as have served their time in the active army should hereafter be transferred to the reserve. By way of summing up, the Estates declare
that the proposal for a military service law for the Grand Duchy of Finland, sent in along with the gracious proposition, cannot be accepted by the Estates, and that the gracious proposition concerning the principles for the organization and administration of the Finnish army, and the accompanying proposal for ordinances, have been found to have, in view of such alterations of the existing military service law, and of the general fundamental laws, that the Estates have found it impossible to agree thereto. That the Estates, however, since His Imperial Majesty has, in the said gracious proposition, taken the initiative for a revision of the military service law for the Grand Duchy of Finland, bearing date December 27th, 1898, have on their part accepted, and humbly submit to His Imperial Majesty for his sanction, the proposals that follow.
Here follows the full text of the proposed new clauses, as altered in accordance with the principles explained above. The Estates then proceed to explain that as these clauses can, according to the fundamental laws, be confirmed and issued only in literal agreement with the text adopted by the Estates, and as, further, the military service law of 1878 remains in force until it is replaced or altered, in the manner provided by the fundamental law, by a new law on the subject, they think it is their duty to propose
that in the event of the decision of the Estates in one or other particular not meeting with His Imperial Majesty's gracious approval, the Estates request that His Imperial Majesty should be pleased to have drawn up and presented to the Estates a new gracious proposition for the reform of the Finnish military service law.
In the matter of the education of officers, too, the Russian committee had made recommendations which would have had the effect of destroying altogether the present system of education of Finnish officers, which is admittedly good. Everything is to give way to unification, and it was proposed that instruction in all military branches should in future be obtainable only in Russian establishments. This would at once tend to check the number of young Finlanders aspiring for commissions, at the very moment when a material increase in their number was necessary. The Estates, therefore, insist on the maintenance of the military cadet school at Frederikshamn, which has recently been extended, and which can, if necessary, be still further developed so as to meet all requirements. The Diet thus completes its examination from the professional point of view of the present military service law, in the light of the proposals of the Committee of the Russian General Staff, approved by the Minister of War, and placed before the Estates for their opinion. But that the Russian proposals utterly disregard constitutional practice and the guaranteed rights of the Finnish people is made clear, as is also the fact that this encroachment is not accidental, but is part of a well-planned scheme for the unification and Russification of the Grand Duchy. One of the worst features of this case is that the authors of these proposals, and of the accompanying documents, men high in office, do not scruple to suggest suspicions of the integrity of the former Finnish secretaries, who possessed the confidence of the Tsars in whose service they passed their lives. When it is proved from the documents, statutes, and imperial proclamations that the present military service law is a law passed by the Estates, and consequently one that cannot be altered except by the consent of the Estates, the officials of the War Office fall back on some imaginary trickery, by which the Finnish Senate and the Finnish Secretary induced Count Milutin and the Tsar to assent to the act, and to agree further to the making of its principal clauses paragraphs of a fundamental law. The Estates attached so much importance to this matter as one going to the root of all possible good relations between Russia and Finland, that special attention was given to it by the Law Committee, and the Committee's report, a crushing refutation of the Russian charges or insinuations, is embodied in the humble reply, together with a number of other arguments on the purely constitutional side of the question. Most of these points, including the charges relating to the passing of the Act of 1878, have already been referred to in the earlier chapters of this book, but an outline of this portion of the report must be given in order to complete and conclude the reproduction of the substance of Finland's Grand Remonstrance. End of section 17. Section 18 of Finland and the Tsars, 1809 to 1899, by Joseph Robert Fisher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 15. The Constitutional Argument. The Law Committee in their report passed briefly over the earlier portions of the controversy. That the form of government of 1772 and the Act of Union and Security of 1789 are the fundamental laws referred to in the assurance given by Alexander I at Borgo is established by the extracts from the speeches and writings of Alexander himself and of his secretary and confidential adviser, Count Speransky, which have already been cited in the historical explanation in Chapter 4. That, in virtue of that constitution and of its confirmation by successive Tsars, the Diet of 1877 possessed ample power to legislate for the Finnish army, and exercised that right in conjunction with their sovereign Alexander II, is also abundantly proved. And the argument is noticed that the fundamental Swedish laws could not be valid because they contain provisions inconsistent with Russia's inherent rights. The procedure in connection with the Diet of 1877 and the military service law sanctioned in the following year is treated at greater length. In reply to the assertion that Count Milyutin and the Tsar only consented to the passing of the law because it was represented to them by the Diet that it was merely a temporary regulation that could at any time be altered by the monarch without the consent of the estates, it is pointed out that there is not a single word in the correspondence that could lend colour to such a contention. The estates did not, of course, imagine that a first attempt at legislation on such a subject could be final, and so, in view of the possibility of some parts of it proving unsuitable to the social and financial condition of the country, and thus calling for an amendment, they requested the Tsar, within 10 years or sooner, to present to the estates a proposition for such alterations as might be found necessary. In that they had obviously in view that the law should in the future be altered by the same method as that in which it had been made, that is, with the cooperation of the estates. In fact, this has already been done by the amendments of November 20th, 1882, December 29th, 1885, January 25th, 1886, March 18th, 1886, and February 11th, 1889. Nor does the report on the subject of the bill made by the Finnish Senate to His Majesty contain the slightest allusion to the idea that the act was a mere temporary expedient, to be altered when necessary by the authorities in St. Petersburg. The Senate, in its humble representation, after giving an account of the rather considerable alterations made in the propositions by the estates, proceeds to point out that some of the alterations so made only affect the wording or redaction of this project, without making any real alteration in the matter or substance of it, whilst others bear only on matters of administrative detail,
in which correction or amendment, should such prove necessary, ought to be obtainable in the future without any difficulty.
It must be obvious to anyone who understands procedure that here the Senate are only expressing the opinion that the estates would not hesitate to cooperate with the authorities in enacting such alterations as were shown to be necessary. Count Milyutin, the Minister of War, as is shown by the records, received a copy of this humble representation, and can have been under no possible misapprehension as to its meaning. Indeed, it was after taking cognizance of this, and other documents relative to the measure, that Count Milyutin recommended its confirmation, including those clauses which it was proposed to safeguard with the special sanctity of fundamental laws. There is no evidence, it is true, that the War Minister had knowledge of the particular fact that certain clauses were to be declared fundamental, but that point, whatever the truth may be, is of no real importance, since Count Milyutin must have known that a measure presented to the estates and passed by them, and afterwards sanctioned and promulgated by the Emperor, became a law of Finland, and could not be altered otherwise than with the approval and assent of the Estates. Count Milutin was in fact no stranger to Finland or its constitutional methods. He was present with Alexander II when His Majesty in person opened the first Diet of Helsingfors in 1863, and heard the deliberate and carefully worded declaration made by the monarch that the principle of the constitutional monarchy was inherent in the character of the Finnish people, and that of that principle all their laws and institutions bore the impress. And he was naturally not ignorant of the only possible meaning which in any parliamentary state in the world attaches to the circumstance of the monarch giving his sanction to a measure accepted by the Estates. Even if it could be imagined that the Minister of War did not know the meaning of the Diet's deliberation and the monarch's sanction, it so happens that there exists positive proof that Count Milutin was not only acquainted with the Finnish constitution in general, but also with the particular Swedish statutes on which it is based. In a dispatch forwarded by him to the Minister Secretary of State for Finland on October 25th, 1876, he discusses the question of the person to whom the command of the Finnish troops should be entrusted, and in the course of the argument he says,
"Moreover, according to the Swedish Constitution of August 21st, 1772, which lies at the basis of Finland's constitutional organization, the supreme command of all troops and of the army belongs solely to the king."
And from another portion of the same dispatch it is clear that Count Milutin had had under his particular consideration the position and powers of the Estates. The Senate had, it seems, expressed its doubt in connection with this same matter of the command of the army,
As to the possibility of obtaining the assent of the estates of the country to an alteration of the fundamental law, which makes it requisite that every holder of a Finnish office must be a citizen of Finland.
and the Minister of War quotes this expression of opinion and comments upon it. These extracts entirely dispose of the contention of the Russian General Staff that Count Milutin was so little versed in constitutional law in general, and in the Constitution of Finland in particular, as to imagine that every law that was not expressly declared a fundamental law could be altered by the monarch without the consent of the Estates. Such an idea, in fact, existed in no quarter in the time of Alexander II, when Finland's constitutional rights were well understood and were respected in the highest quarters. Such absurd theories are a later invention, and have their origin in interested political motives. Count Milutin was well aware that the monarch's confirmation of the military service bill made it a law that could only be altered by the same authority as that which had created it, namely the Estates and the Emperor. That being so, it was from his point of view a matter of secondary importance whether the law was a fundamental one, requiring the assent of all 4 estates, or an ordinary law, requiring the assent of 3 only. Nor does the dispatch of Count Milutin, bearing date July 31st, 1878, when properly considered, support the contention of the General Staff that the War Minister imagined that he could alter the new law without the consent of the Estates. The terms of that dispatch are as follows.
In obedience to the gracious command of His Imperial Majesty, and in answer to the dispatch of the Secretary of State of July 14th of this year, number 512, I have herewith the honor to inform Your Excellency that the War Department, being in agreement with the Senate of Finland, both in its judgment of the military service law approved by the Estates of the Grand Duchy of Finland, and also as to the special causes and motives on account of which the Senate has considered it possible to consent to the considerable alterations made by the Estates in some of the fundamental provisions of the proposed regulations, which by the gracious command were submitted to the examination of the Diet, does not discover any obstacle to submitting the said law for the gracious confirmation of His Imperial Majesty in the form in which it was accepted by the Estates. In the first place, because this law, according to the request of the Estates, would only be a temporary one, and subject to revision after the same had been applied during 10 years, or even sooner, should such revision be found necessary, and according further to the declaration of the Senate as gathered from dispatch number 512 of the Secretary of State, that the necessary alterations in details and drafting could, in case of need, be made afterwards without difficulty, and in the second place, in order that the carrying out of a military reform so necessary for the Grand Duchy should not be postponed. At the same time, the War Department has found that it is able to concur in the declaration of the Senate of Finland in relation to the representation made by the estates on the question of assigning means to cover the cost of the introduction of compulsory military service. But, upon condition that the proposals as to the organization of the Finnish troops, and as to their administration and military arrangements, which proposals are dependent on the decision of this question, and would be drawn up by the Senate before being submitted to the gracious ratification of His Imperial Majesty, will in due time be communicated to the War Department, with the view of obtaining its opinion, and the question of abolishing the system of quartering in Finland, as requiring very careful treatment, especially in so far as it concerns the imperial troops, should be separated from the present question, and subjected to thorough scrutiny, at first on the spot, in order that an opportunity should be given to the local military officers to take part in such scrutiny, and afterwards in the War Department itself. In communicating the above, I have the honor,
etc., etc. The Minister of War here shows that he understood that no real alteration of the law could be made without the consent of the estates, for whilst thinking that alterations in details and drafting might be made by the officials, he makes a distinction between such verbal modifications and that revision for which the law would come up after its 10 years' practical working. If he had imagined that the whole law could be altered at the will of the department, and without the assent of the Diet, it would not have been necessary to make any such distinction. It will also be noticed that the opinion of the War Minister on the temporary nature of the measure is based on the statement made by the estates, and from that statement Count Milutin would also have learned that such revision after temporary operation required the assent of the estates. The argument as to the desirability of a confirmation of the law,
in order that the carrying out of a military reform so necessary for the Grand Duchy should not be postponed,
is also conclusive as to the knowledge on the part of the Minister of War that it was necessary to take advantage of the assent of the estates, even to what he regarded as an imperfect measure, as otherwise, the Diet being dissolved, no military reform could be carried in the ordinary course for a period of 5 years. But whether or not Count Milutin fully understood the distinction between fundamental laws and general laws, it is quite certain not only that the Emperor Alexander II, with a perfect knowledge of the legal significance of his act, confirmed the military service law as it had passed the estates, but that he also accepted and approved their resolution and request that certain parts of the law should acquire the special sanctity of a fundamental law, and that he, with this full knowledge and consent, signed a special manifesto to that effect. This in itself is of course decisive so far as the absolute and unquestionable validity of the measure in all its parts is concerned. The Law Committee did not think it necessary to discuss the preposterous idea of some Russian writers that the validity and force of a law confirmed by the monarch could be called in question on the ground of an opinion expressed years afterwards by some third party, or on the ground that His Majesty did not comprehend the full significance of his act of ratification. It confined itself to pointing out the fact that not only was Alexander II thoroughly conversant with the constitutional circumstances of Finland in general, but that he was also well instructed on this particular point. The minutes of the Finnish Committee for August 30th, 1878, have been produced and examined, and on this record, which has been signed and approved by His Majesty himself, there is the express reminder that on account of the fundamental character that attaches to certain paragraphs of the military service law,
the conditions governing the said paragraphs would be that no alteration in them could be effected, save on the initiative of His Imperial Majesty, and with the united assent of all four of the estates of the Diet.
The special manifesto signed by His Majesty on December 6th, 18th, 1878 was in the following terms.
In addition to our this day graciously approving and confirming a military service law for the Grand Duchy accepted by the estates of Finland, we have, in conformity with what the estates have proposed, found it good, most graciously, to declare that the following paragraphs in the same, which are of greater importance, and in part also involve an alteration of the fundamental law in force, viz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 13, 19, 20, 120, 121, 122, and 123 shall be regarded as paragraphs of a fundamental law.
The committee found it necessary also to deal with another argument which finds expression in the reports of some Russian commissions charged with the preparation of the new army proposals, and which takes the form of exaggerating the alleged claims of Finland under the fundamental laws of 1772 and 1789, and thereby representing Finland's attitude as one impossible to recognize consistently with the safety of the empire. It is said that Finland claims to be an independent state, bound to Russia simply by what the German jurists call a personal union. This has never been the contention of any Finnish publicist of standing, and the estates of Finland have on several occasions, acting in conformity with the Law Committee, both in statutes and otherwise, given expression to the acknowledgement that Finland, whilst enjoying domestic autonomy, is inseparably united with the Russian Empire, and constitutes a part of Russia. No other opinion can be said to prevail in Finland. As regards the Imperial Manifesto of February 3rd, 15th, 1899, and the fundamental statutes annexed to it, the conception that seems to the committee to form its basis is that the Imperial Council in St. Petersburg should be made into a sort of legislative organ for Finland, and that laws could thus be passed for that country, even in cases in which the form of government of 1772 and the law of the Diet of 1869 permit the legislation only with the approval and consent of the estates. The statutes proposed in the manifesto certainly suggest the possibility of measures passed by the estates being reconsidered and confirmed in a wording differing from, or even directly contrary to, that fixed by the Diet. And as the manifesto, which in that respect presupposes a method of legislation entirely foreign to the law of Finland, seems thus to have in view that the present proposal for a military service law should also be dealt with according to the fundamental statutes referred to, and, as this question is thus inseparably connected with that submitted to the estates, the committee, being convinced that the state of affairs has not been fully laid before His Imperial Majesty, is of opinion that the estates should in their humble reply give prominence to the circumstances which ought in this connection to receive His Majesty's gracious consideration, and which are as follows.
1. The fundamental laws confirmed by Emperor Alexander I form, as the monarch several times expressed, a constitution, and this includes, amongst other things, that the country shall be governed according to its own laws, and that the monarch has the right to rule and govern conjointly with the local authorities, that a law, whether fundamental or otherwise, to be valid in this country can be made only with the approval and assent of the estates, except in certain departments in which the monarch has the right to issue laws without the cooperation of the estates, yet so that it is done with the concurrence of the local authorities, and as regards the military burden especially, that a law on compulsory military service cannot be made without the knowledge, free will, and assent of the estates.
2. Since the separate constitution of Finland was thus confirmed, neither the institutions of the empire, nor its principles of autocracy,
have ever been introduced or have been enforced in this country. The Imperial Council can, therefore, not act as a legislative body for Finland.
3. The Manifesto of 3rd 15th February and the fundamental statutes annexed thereto set up for the making of laws that shall be valid also in Finland, another method of procedure than that fixed in the fundamental laws of the country. These decrees have not only been drawn up by authorities foreign to the country, but they have also been issued without the approval and consent of the Estates of Finland, and, moreover, have been promulgated here in a manner not consistent with the laws of the country, namely, by means of a copy without being countersigned by the Minister Secretary of State for Finland. In consequence of this, it is evident that the manifesto and the fundamental statutes are in conflict with the right of self-governing, which, according to Finland's constitution, belongs to her people. 4. Since Finland's fundamental laws do not allow for the making of laws for the country in any other way than that fixed in these fundamental laws, lawmaking for the whole empire has not, properly speaking, heretofore existed.
This does not assert that the monarch, before taking measures valid for Finland, might not have consulted the authorities of the empire when the subject was one in which its interests were concerned. And as the monarch has in certain classes of cases the right of issuing laws without the assent of the estates, it has been permissible constitutionally in such cases to enact laws that were valid both in the empire and in the Grand Duchy, without the matter having been treated by the estates. This applies to such matters as the succession to the crown, and treaties, and other relations with foreign powers. Such things concern the whole empire, and the administration of such cases has never given rise to any difficulties.
5. Should, however, the procedure for lawmaking for Finland, which has hitherto been enforced, be found to require amendment, with a view to rendering possible the introduction of a system of real imperial legislation, such modifications of the Constitution of Finland can, with due regard for the sanctity of the fundamental laws, be brought about only with the cooperation of the estates.
The estates, in concluding their humble reply, adopt and incorporate the report by the Law Committee. After once more assuring the Emperor that the rights of the Finnish nationality have in them nothing contrary to the dignity or to the highest interests of the Russian Empire, and repeating the declaration made by Alexander I, enclosing the Diet of Borgo, that Finland would be placée désormais au rang de nation sous l'empire de ces lois, the estates declare that they simply hold fast to the sanctity of the rights thus guaranteed. They again refer to the fact that the Finnish people have never during their 90 years' union with Russia been a cause of anxiety to the Tsar or Empire, and they point out that the despondency that now prevails has been caused solely by the reiterated attacks on what they value as their highest and most precious possession. They conclude with these words:
The estates are assured that the aforesaid deeply grave circumstances have not, or at least not completely, been laid before your Imperial Majesty, whilst on the other hand it is to be feared that communications injurious to Finland, the wrongfulness of which time will surely show, have been made not only to your Imperial Majesty, but to influential circles in the Empire. But in Finland's people the conviction has, from of old, been root fast the people can and ought to turn with confidence to its monarch, in order to lay before him what moves it to the depths of its heart. Convinced of the importance of what has been set forth above, the estates have thought that it ought, with humility, to be submitted to your Imperial Majesty's own gracious consideration, and the estates venture to believe that those high-minded words, once addressed to the Finnish people from the same throne, which your majesty now occupies, shall still prevail, namely, that utterances of probity, truth, and obedience to the law can always reckon on the monarch's imperial protection and gracious favour. In summing up what has been already set forth, the estates humbly represent to your imperial majesty as follows: that according to the constitution of Finland, a law which shall be observed by the Finnish people can only be made in the form prescribed by the fundamental laws of the country, which provide that not only is the monarch to be assisted therein by the local authorities, but also that a law concerning matters not pertaining to the so-called cases of order and economy shall be passed with the knowledge and assent of the estates. That, on the other hand, the order for the making of laws intended to be in force also in Finland, which has been prescribed in the statutes annexed to the Gracious Manifesto, is in conflict with the fundamental laws of Finland, and with the constitution based upon them. That the manifesto and the statutes thereto annexed, which have been passed without the approval and assent of the estates of Finland, and also in another order than that prescribed by the fundamental laws of the country, cannot in consequence have in Finland the sanctity of law. That especially the law concerning military service for the inhabitants of Finland cannot, without violating the constitution of the country, be issued as an imperial law, or otherwise ratified by the Emperor and Grand Duke, until it has been accepted by the estates. That the military service law now in force, which was passed in the order prescribed by the constitution of the land, cannot be altered or abolished otherwise than by the concurrent decision of the Emperor and Grand Duke and the estates. That, in case your imperial majesty should, however, find that a special method of making laws that are to be of common application to the empire and to Finland is called for, the estates expect your imperial majesty will be pleased to lay before the estates, in order that it may be treated according to the law, a gracious proposition containing a scheme for such an alteration of the fundamental laws of the country as is necessary for that purpose. And finally, the estates desire to declare, the estates consider it their duty, based upon the highest considerations, to hold fast to the law and the right which in the year of 1809 were solemnly guaranteed to the Finnish people to be irrevocably maintained.
End of section 18. Section 19 of Finland and the Tsars, 1809 to 1899, by Joseph Robert Fisher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair, with sections in French read by Claudia Caldi. Chapter 16. The Next Step? The careful and deliberate mode of action adopted by the Diet in dealing with the Russian aggression, and the strict legal form in which its decisions were framed, were extremely irritating and at the time not a little embarrassing to the hotspurs of the anti-Finnish press. They had looked on the abolition of a constitution as a thing to be ordered by a Governor-General, and there and then accomplished. An outbreak of violence they were prepared for, as well as for the stern repression that would have followed, but the imperturbable determination of the whole Finnish people to maintain their rights, and at the same time to abide within the bounds of strict order and legality, was a puzzle to them. The movement of constitutional defence neither boiled over nor grew cold, and the few attempts that were made to create a disturbance by imported agents provocateurs only provoked ridicule and were soon given up. One of the many tales circulating in Helsingfors in those anxious days was to the effect that General Bobrikov, desirous of ascertaining the state of feeling in the capital, and anxious for the public employment of a special Russian gendarmerie, they were already being employed secretly, sent for the chief of police and questioned him as to the force on which he could rely to maintain order. 70,000, Your Excellency, was the prompt reply of the Finnish official, and the Governor-General took the hint that the population of Helsingfors were unanimous, and that disorder need only be looked for in his own hired agents. When it was seen that the Finnish estates, instead of simply accepting or rejecting or declining to consider the measure, were making its presentation the occasion of a carefully prepared historical and constitutional vindication of the rights of their country, the wrath of the Russian nationalists knew no bounds, and papers like the Novovremya and the Svit were louder than ever in their denunciation of the pseudo-statesmen and provincials and anti-Russians who, of course, with the active assistance of the English Protestants, the Jewish bankers, and the Freemason lodges, were stirring up such a conspiracy against the Slavonic cause.
"Finland is a Russian province like any other,"
cried the Novovremya, and great things were talked about what would happen to Finland and the Finnish estates for their temerity, but no one seemed to know just how to bell the cat. The Diet was closed on May 18th with the most cold and dry imperial message ever delivered to Finland by a Tsar since Alexander I pledged his word in Borgo Cathedral, no reference whatever being made to the work for which it had been summoned, or the result, or lack of result, of the somewhat prolonged session. The form of dismissal was said to be a special inspiration of General Bobrikov's, whose plan is to ignore the Diet as much as possible, and treat its work and its utterances as of no importance. He had been in St. Petersburg taking counsel with his backers, and had, it was understood, secured the cancellation of a much more gracious message that had been drafted at the Finnish Secretariat. But the Governor-General's best friends do not pretend that he is a clever man, and this method of snubbing the Diet was soon discovered to be a mistake, for it gave the Finns the last word, and the most prominent news all over Finland the next day was not that of the Tsar's message, but of the firm and moderate address of the Marshal of the Nobles. Baron Knut von Troil, governor of Åbo 90 years ago, was the first of the prominent men to give in his allegiance to Alexander I, who warmly recognized his services, and ever since the family has been loyal to Finland and to Russia. The present head of the house, who in his capacity as Marshal of the Nobles headed the estates, when they waited on the Governor-General to hear the terms of the imperial message, seized the opportunity, as did also the three talmen, to sum up the work of the memorable session, to re-emphasize the illegality of the attempted coup d'etat from St. Petersburg, and to reassert the self-governing rights of Finland. Baron von Troil's concluding sentences were,
"Recognizing the obligations arising from the indissoluble bonds existing between Russia and Finland, the estates cherish the hope that it may be possible for Finland in the future, as in the past, to develop the principles which have been applied by the magnanimous Russian monarchs, principles which have taken deep root in the minds of the people, which have procured for the country a high degree of culture, and have always secured respect for the laws, and have promoted order and tranquillity. Latterly, an opinion has more and more asserted itself, according to which the highest statesmanship consists in the assimilation of these smaller races, without taking into consideration the national conditions and historical development of such peoples. Finland, under self-government, has hitherto always been law-abiding, and has never caused anxiety to Russia, and the real interests of Russia would be best preserved if the so-called stranger peoples, amongst whom the Finns are numbered, were permitted to follow the path of development marked out for them by history. Russia would then have in the Finns a faithful, peace-loving people, which, although pursuing its own civilizing mission, would at the same time willingly and joyfully fulfill those obligations towards Russia which can be justly imposed upon Finland.
Such words, delivered so publicly at the close of the extraordinary Diet, could not be pleasing to St. Petersburg, and so, after a short interval, the remarkable step was taken of issuing a special imperial manifesto in answer at once to the reply of the estates and to the speeches of Baron von Troil and the talmen. This document, which is for the present the Emperor's last word as to the Finnish questions, and which was issued on June 22nd, 1899, runs as follows. To the Governor-General of Finland, at the closing of the extraordinary Diet by you on May 18th, 30th, the representative of the estates brought to my notice the state of alarm into which they had been thrown by the forthcoming reorganization of military service in the Grand Duchy of Finland, and the promulgation of the manifesto of February 3rd, 15th. To my regret, I perceive from the speeches of the Marshal of the Nobles and the speakers that the representatives of the country failed to accept the considerations of the general state utility upon which the necessity of those measures depends, and allowed themselves the expression of unwarrantable opinions on the subject. I authorize you to declare at large that those opinions are incorrect, and that they do not correspond with the position of affairs established since the beginning of the present century, whereby Finland forms an integral and inseparable portion of the Russian state. I desire also that it should be made known to the Finnish people that, having received on ascending the throne the sacred duty of watching over the welfare of all the population subject to the Russian sceptre, I found it good to preserve to Finland special organizations of internal legislation conferred upon it by my imperial ancestors. At the same time, I took upon myself as an inheritance from the past the task of defining the relations of Finland to the Russian Empire by the force of positive law. With this object I confirmed the fundamental statutes of February 3rd, 15th, which lay down the rules for drawing up of general state laws concerning Finland. In accordance with this from henceforth unassailable legislative act, the labours of the extraordinary Diet will be dealt with and taken into consideration in the final drafting of the military law. While expecting you to maintain the present mode of action in confirming the minds of the population of the district as to the true meaning of the measures undertaken for the purpose of strengthening the bonds uniting the Empire and the Grand Duchy, I trust that the faithful devotion of the Finnish people, which I do not doubt, will be proved by deeds, and thus render easy for you the carrying out of my instructions. Nicholas. It will be seen that this document, in spite of the firmness of its tone, leaves matters between Russia and Finland very much where they were in February. In spite of its rejection by the Diet, the Tsar declares the measure of military reorganization to be forthcoming, and announces that the principles of the February Manifesto and its accompanying statutes are established law, from henceforth unassailable. But no really irrevocable step has been taken. No attempt has been made as yet to enforce the illegal statutes, and the military service bill will probably not be heard of again till early next year. It is certain, for example, that this year's autumn conscription will take place on the old 1878 basis, so there is still time for the Tsar's second thoughts. The ordinary Diet meets on January 25th, 1900. And then it will begin to be seen whether the Tsar means definitely to force the ruin of Finland, rather than admit his advisers have led him into making a mistake. General Bobrikov and the nationalists, of course, used very big words, and when the governor hears of the people leaving the country, in thousands, he says,
"Let them go. We can soon fill their place with Russian peasants."
But the thriftless, unskilled mujik, who starves on the black soil in South Russia, would not long keep up the struggle for existence among the rocks and swamps of Finland. And Monsieur de Witt, the only real statesman in the Emperor's entourage, would have something to say if, as is inevitable, industrial and commercial ruin in such flourishing ports as Helsingfors, Hango, and Viborg were to follow the dragooning tactics of the reactionaries. And even General Bobrikov himself must be, by this time, a little wiser than he was a year ago, when, with a light heart, he took in hand the task of bringing the Finns to their senses, much as he would face a sulky batch of conscripts. "That is the way to speak," cried the Novovremja delightedly, on the news of the governor's first bullying speech to the Finnish Senate in October 1898. and the Slavophile organ predicted a speedy end to the fantastic notion about self-government and constitutional liberty, which the mistaken weakness of past governors had encouraged. But General Bobrikov has found himself powerless before the law. He applies, it is true, for further administrative powers, that is, for the power to arrest and banish at will. But even he can hardly expect that the grandson of Alexander II will consent to such a flagrant outrage as that. It is, in fact, easy to talk of further powers, but short of the methods by which order was made to reign in Warsaw or in Gyeok Tepe, it is difficult to see what General Bobrikov can do against a people who will not be tempted or goaded into violence, and who meet every fresh aggression with the same passive resistance, and with an appeal to the laws to which even a Russian official cannot shut his eyes. If the military proposals were illegally to be promulgated and enforced as law in Finland, the situation would undoubtedly become very grave. For the placing of young conscripts in Russian regiments and their removal to remote parts of the empire, as the Polish conscripts are removed, would stir very dangerous feeling amongst a hot-blooded and stubborn race. But even so, the attempt to raise the additional men would most likely simply serve to swell the ranks of those already pouring in a steady stream to America. It is true that no one may leave openly without a passport, but all the police in Russia could not guard a coastline like that of Finland if the hardy young peasants, knowing what was before them, made up their minds to escape to Sweden, whose coast is almost in sight. Is it quite impossible, then, that before it is too late, the Tsar may decide that it is better to walk in the paths of his father and grandfather, and not risk needless experiments? If he closes with the offer of the Diet, he will get an army of 12,000 men loyally and cheerfully enrolled and serving under their own officers. Is he sure that if he tries to force on Finland the larger, illegal conscription, he will get more troops? Those who know Finland well, and who are by no means hostile to Russia, are convinced that he will not get so many, and that he will ruin the country into the bargain. This is, of course, nothing to the fanatics of unification. Monsieur Pobedonostsev, the persecuting procurator of the Holy Synod, declares that the question is one of
the unity of the army.
And he asks indignantly,
Are we not to be allowed, by suspending the privileges of Finland, to unify the Russian army?
It will be noticed that Monsieur Pobedonostsev, who is an old professor of law, makes no pretense of right or legality in the matter. He knows too much of the Constitution and of legal documents for that. He simply sees that it is a question between Finland's right and Russia's armed force, and of course, under the circumstances, right must be suspended. But will the Tsar be so easily pleased? He has two things to think of: his reputation as a preacher of the doctrine that it is the supreme duty of sovereigns to put an end to these incessant armaments, and his own pledged word of honour to Finland. The first has already been more than once referred to. It lends a touch of comedy to the situation to see the Tsar led into such a situation for a paltry few thousand soldiers, when the ink is hardly dry on his peace manifesto. But to that he may of course reply fairly enough that he only believed in disarmament when he thought he could persuade the other potentates to believe in it too. It is, however, a more serious matter when the question is considered not as one of policy, but of pledged faith. No one can examine fairly the constitution of Finland without having to admit that there is more than one question, so much on the borderline that disputes and misunderstandings might honestly arise between Helsingfors and St. Petersburg, as to whether the matter was one to be settled by the Diet or by imperial ordinance. But it is beyond all possibility of argument that the question of conscription is not one of them. In the form of government of 1772, whose validity as a fundamental law has been acknowledged, as we have seen, by every Russian emperor and statesman, and which was expressly invoked by Alexander II and by his war minister, Count Milutin, it is laid down that no conscription can take place without the knowledge, free will, and assent of the estates. And Alexander was well aware of this legal restriction, for in his proposals to the Borga Diet he expressly pledged himself that there should not be in Finland
ni présentement ni à l'avenir,
any
conscription militaire ni autre moyen à cet égard contraire aux lois.
Even the well-meaning Monsieur Auden unwittingly destroys the case of his friends on the military question, for, writing 10 years ago, and not dreaming of what was to be the point of controversy in 1899, he not only admits that
freedom from compulsory recruiting
was one of the
root laws,
which Alexander confirmed at Borgo, but puts it forward as one of the obvious and indisputable matters whose very clearness he uses to strengthen him in his argument as to those other matters which he contends were not confirmed. And finally, even if the question had never before been raised at Borgo or elsewhere, the action of Alexander II is conclusive, when he, on December 6th, 18th, 1878, graciously approved and confirmed the military service law passed by the Diet in 1877, and further decreed that certain clauses of it should be declared fundamental. He raised the question altogether out of the realm of controversy. It became a law made by the Diet and the Emperor, and only alterable by the Diet and the Emperor, and both the War Minister and the Tsar know it. It is then little wonder that there is hesitation in St. Petersburg. It is all very well for Monsieur Pobedonostsev to declare that it is a question of unity, and that settles the matter, and so it may for him. But the Tsar has a character to lose, and it is, therefore, not inconceivable that when the forthcoming military scheme makes its appearance next spring, it may, after all, prove to be nothing more startling than that elaborated by the Estates, which, it must be remembered, is now the only constitutional proposition before the Emperor. Such an acceptance, implying a doubling of the Finnish army, would involve no very great surrender on the part of St. Petersburg, and it would at once dispose of the military difficulty. Meanwhile, the situation in Finland under the long drawn-out suspense is deplorable. No complaints are received, no reply is elicited, except the Tsar will decide what is best for Finland, and that Finland must trust to the Tsar. It seems useless to point out to the Russians, who bring this forward in all good faith as a reason why Finland should be content, that it is just such fatuous remarks that form the really alarming part of the situation, for they prove that the Tsar and those about him have not begun to comprehend the question they are dealing with. The whole case of Finland is one of constitutional right, not of autocratic favour. It is a recognition of their constitution that they want, not a promise of goodwill, and a recognition of the Constitution of 1809 and 1869, with the promise that it is only to come into operation when the Tsar thinks it advisable that it should come into operation, is a cruel mockery, and an insincerity not worthy of the successor of the three Alexanders. Yet that is what the two manifestos of February 15th and June 22nd amount to, and, in consequence, Helsingfors is almost like a city in the occupation of a hostile force. The governor and his staff are regarded as strangers and enemies, and they move through the streets unknown and unrecognized. Until this conflict arose, the Governor-General, whether popular or unpopular, whether sympathetic under Alexander II or rigorous under Alexander III, identified himself with Finland and Finnish interests. The government house on the esplanade was the centre of the social life of Helsingfors. The entree was an honour sought after, as conveying recognized social position. Now no Finlander crosses its threshold unless forced to do so on official business. No Finnish lady accepts an invitation. Neither personally nor socially is General Bobrikov qualified to fill the position occupied by governors of the type of Count Adlerberg. He is simply a rough soldier who performed to the satisfaction of the unifiers the task of dragooning the Baltic provinces, and who consequently was marked out for similar work in Finland. He is quite ignorant of both the languages of the people he is supposed to govern, and is thus dependent on spies and nondescript hangers-on for his knowledge of what is happening, and his relations with the Senate and the rest of the official world are of the most formal and frigid character. So complete, indeed, is the isolation in which he exists, that it was unpleasantly apparent during the recent official visit of the Grand Duke Vladimir, who, before his tour of military inspection was finished, is said to have remarked,
It is clear that we have sent the wrong man.
On that point, at any rate, public opinion in Finland is unanimously with the Tsar's uncle. To make such a man governor was the worst possible choice for the Russian government, if they wished to detach any part of the population of Finland from the constitutional party, and that is unquestionably the policy that was at one time thought of. Even so recently as the 1897 Diet, as we have seen, party feeling made itself felt more than was desirable, and a diplomatic governor might possibly have cherished hopes of creating something like a governor's party, no matter how small. But the clumsiness of General Bobrikov's methods has alienated all Finland so completely that even the most extreme partisans on either side have laid down their arms and formed themselves into one common party of constitutional defence, a party that is indeed not a party, but a nation, for there is no opposition. Even in a country with so many newspapers, not one can be found to take the governor's part, and in Helsingfors, the very compositors objected when they were asked to put the February manifesto in type. The new governor has produced a unification, such as the Pan-Slavists had not dreamt of. One of the governor's inspirations for dividing the Finns and creating discord in their camp was the cause of a good deal of indignation, and finally of some amusement, in the spring of 1899. Lying along the shores of the White Sea in the province of Arkhangelsk are tribes largely of Finnish origin, and speaking a dialect of Finnish. Some of them are still semi-nomadic, and every spring they have, like their Tartar neighbours, been in the habit of starting for Finland, where they spend some months, much as our gypsies do, tinkering, peddling, horse-doctoring, and, if they are not belied, doing a little picking and stealing when occasion serves. These vagrants are, as has been said, partly Karelian or Finnish in their origin, but the civilized Finns of Finland are not proud of the relationship, and they lump the whole wandering class together as the Tartars. Their cheap Arkhangelsk wares and their skills with cattle made the spring visitors at one time useful, but with the spread of railways, shops, and civilization generally into the north of Finland, they came to be regarded as mere nuisances, and laws were passed giving to local authorities power to treat them as rogues and vagabonds, to forfeit their wares, generally smuggled, and send them back to Russia. They still cling to their old habits, however, and turn up every year, but in steadily diminishing numbers. And as in the remoter rural districts there is a certain demand for their services, the authorities have continued to tolerate them. This year, however, the Tartars turned up in unprecedented numbers, and it was discovered further that the shiftless vagrants had suddenly developed great interest in the social question. It may be explained that although the vast majority of the Finnish peasants are owners of their own farms, there are a certain number of torpare, or backstuggens, cottiers, who simply rent patches of land from the larger farmers, and whom also act as labourers. It was to this landless class that the Tartars addressed themselves, painting in glowing terms the Russian land system, explaining that the Russians were coming, and that when the Swedes had been driven out, and Russia left free to carry out her benevolent projects, the poor Finns would be happy and prosperous, and every man would have his share of the land, as in Russia. The Tartar as a social reformer was a novel phenomenon, and aroused suspicions. The law was enforced, some arrests made, and it was soon discovered that the men had been employed and carefully coached, and that they were simply repeating to the Finns a lesson that had been taught them by Russian police agents. It was, in fact, a reversal of the Napoleonic mot. They scratched the Tartar, and they found the Russian. The matter got into the newspapers, and the mole work, as it was called, of the Russian agents became the subject of bitter and indignant comment, which did not cease even when the whole batch of emissaries had been bundled across the frontier. It was remembered that when General Bobrikov was the governor of the Baltic provinces, a similar attempt was made, and with some success, to stir up disorder and social strife. That a high Russian official would stoop to work of this sort, which in Russia proper would soon send the agitator to Siberia, can hardly be regarded as creditable, and such incidents do much to explain the dislike and contempt with which General Bobrikov is regarded all over Finland. He naturally displayed great irritation at the way in which his trick and its failure were exposed in the newspapers, and before long any reference to the Tartars, or their mulvodsvabite, was sufficient to bring down the prompt censorship and ultimate suspension of the offending journal. Here again one was able to observe the practical fashion in which the Finlanders face a difficulty. Not content with routing the Tartars, they promptly recognized the necessity of preventing such lying tactics from having any effect in the future. A society for popular instruction was formed, and little booklets setting forth the facts about the conditions of the people in Russia were circulated by the 100,000, so that in future, whatever may be the legitimate demands made by the Finnish courtiers on the Diet, they will never be under the delusion that their condition will be improved by the introduction of novel agrarian conditions, as in Russia. Only a political group that was very impudent, as well as very unscrupulous, would have ventured in the spring of 1899 to hold up the Russian land system as a thing to be admired and longed for, even by the poorest. At the very moment when these people were being hired to describe rural Russia as an Elysium upon earth, famine and famine typhus were stalking unchecked through half a dozen provinces of the empire, and the Novovremya itself, the leading anti-Finnish organ in Russia, was calling out for subscriptions for a peasantry who, owing to monstrous overtaxation and a broken-down land system, cannot keep body and soul together on the richest agricultural land in Europe. In Monsieur de Witt's budget report for the present year he urges, and not for the first time, the absolute and urgent necessity of a thorough reorganization of the antiquated Russian land system, and in his latest book, Le Régime économique de la Russie, Monsieur Kovalevsky, a Russian economist of European reputation, declares that under the present system the Russian peasantry are being reduced to a condition of misery, bankruptcy, and beggary, and that, so far from every man having a land of his own, there is already in Russia a landless proletariat of between 2 and 3 millions. And it is at such a moment that nationalist agents offer monts et merveilles to the Finnish courtiers and labourers if they will only help to upset their lawful government and come under the wing of the Russian land system. No one would wish to hold respectable Russian publicists or officials responsible for such blackguardly tactics, still less the Emperor himself, but it is interesting, as showing how much the Tsar is in the hands of the officials, and how little he is allowed to know. To add to what has been said, an item of the Russian official news in June, the Tartars having been exposed and routed in May. Finland had a prosperous year in 1898, and was able to set aside a sum of some 10 million marks for the much required extension of the railway from Uleaborg to Tornio in the far north. General Bobrikov saw his opportunity, and procured an imperial decree reducing the 10 million intended for the economic development of the country to 6 million, ordering 2 million to be handed over for the army, and the other 2 million to be set aside for the alleviation of the situation of the landless population of Finland. And so the Emperor is held up before Finland as an aider and abettor in the unscrupulous tactics of the governor. The press has been referred to. It is here perhaps that the action of the Russian authorities has been most vindictive and unfair, for a more moderate and self-respecting press than that of Finland, taken all round, it would be difficult to conceive, but it does not approve of the governor and his ways, and so he seems determined to worry it out of existence. He has never attempted a prosecution. That would be fatal, for it would at once show how trumpery are his complaints. But his extra-legal powers are ample. As has been seen in a previous chapter, the Estates and the Emperor failed long ago to come to an agreement as to a press law, and so there is no law on the subject. It is a simple matter of discipline in the hands of the governor, and it is believed to be the only part of his functions that General Bobrikov really enjoys, especially since, knowing no Finnish or Swedish, he is not much troubled with details. In some countries, the press a century or so ago suffered under a preventive censorship. That is to say, articles had, before publication was permitted, to be submitted to the censor and approved by him. In others there was, and still is, a punitive censorship, under which that official had the power to warn, to seize, to suspend, or to suppress altogether papers of which he did not approve. This latter is, in practice, the method that is followed in Russia. All the leading papers in St. Petersburg and Moscow are allowed to appear without previous censorship, but they are carefully examined after they appear, and if found to transgress in any way, they may be warned, refused the right of sale in the streets, suspended, or finally stopped, all without any trial, public or otherwise, and without definite charge brought or proved. It is hard enough, but the Russian papers seem to get used to it, and to achieve the art of sailing very close to the wind. So long as the censor is kept in a good temper, and that can be managed by the proper means, dans la Russie il faut pas le rebelle, the papers are not so much hampered as might seem. But in Finland, by a triumph of perverse ingenuity, the two systems are combined. In the first place, every article must be set up in type, a proof printed, and taken for submission to the censorship. The censor may be out, or engaged, or asleep, or lazy, but the newspaper has to wait, though the hours may pass, till it suits him to look at the proof and approve or disapprove. If there be something doubtful, and the board of censors have to be consulted, that means more delay. If the article is disapproved, another has to be presented, and then it begins all over again. A favourite plan is to strike out the central arguments of the article, and leave it pointless and flabby. Or the arguments may be left in, and the conclusion struck out. With goodwill and a little stupidity, this can be kept up till the paper misses the morning train, and is late for its subscribers. But this is only the first stage, for after the paper is out, the second or Russian method comes into operation, and warning, seizure, or suspension is visited upon a paper for publishing what has already managed to pass the censor. The only direction given to those who wish to find a safe path is that they must not say anything against the government, that is to say, against General Bobrikov, or his gendarmes, or his Tartars, or his bogus revolutionary plots. And as there is only one subject of political discussion in Finland just now, it is hard to write on politics and avoid it. There is no undue favouritism shown. Swedish and Finnish papers suffer alike. The Nyapressen and the Hufvudstadsbladet, along with the Uusi Suomata and the Pohjalainen. There were 150 cases in the first 3 months of 1899, and the numbers have increased rapidly since. All this has no political result whatever. The articles were not seditious, but soberly critical, and there is no government press, no newspaper which supports the Russian view, and which might possibly influence readers in the absence of constitutional papers. Nothing is gained by stopping them, nothing, that is to say, except the ruin of flourishing properties to the building up of which men of ability, of culture, and of public spirit have devoted their lives, and which they had hoped to be able to bequeath to their children. But it amuses the governor. Many devices have naturally been adopted to evade this censorship. When a paper has been suspended as a periodical, a series of separate sheets have been issued, each issue bearing a fresh title. Tiny typewritten sheets of flimsy have been issued and circulated under cover as letters. Sheets have been printed in Stockholm and brought across for distribution in the same way. But this was expensive and troublesome, and was soon dropped. It was excellent for the purposes of propaganda, but propaganda was not required where there was no one who needed to be convinced, so the press has had in a long run to submit to its ruin as a commercial enterprise, or to abandon politics. It was the hard case of Figaro over again.
On me dit que pourvu que je ne parle à mes écrits ni de l'autorité, ni du culte, ni de la politique, ni de la morale, ni des gens en place, ni des corps en crédit, ni de l'opéra, ni des autres spectacles, ni de personnes qui tiennent quelque chose, je puis tout imprimer librement, sous l'inspection de 2 ou 3 censeurs.
The Finnish papers may appear freely if they speak of nothing which interests anybody, and if they are civil to General Bobrikov. and the Tsar is puzzled to understand how he has alienated love and affection which were so liberally bestowed upon his ancestors. It is difficult to imagine what General Bobrikov and those who are behind him hope to gain by these methods. They cannot expect Finland to be much in love with Le Panslavis liberateur when it comes to them in the uncouth and repulsive guise, and yet they can hardly hope to persuade an amiable and well-meaning Tsar to give them power to dragoon the country like a Central Asian Khanate, for the pretext is entirely lacking. And so long as there is any law left in Finland, the unifiers are clearly powerless. It is one thing to persuade Nicholas II that this or that manifesto is not in itself an infringement of the constitution he is pledged to maintain, but it would be quite a different thing to come to him with a direct proposal to destroy that constitution altogether. The aggression thus far has, as we have seen, only had the effect of binding together the Fennoman and Sveckerman parties into one united body, and the attempts to excite disaffection among the peasants have been ludicrous failures. No single voice in a country once distracted by faction is raised in favour of the unhappy Governor-General. Reference should perhaps be made, although they are hardly worth it, to the regulation attempts to spread the belief that dangerous conspirators are at work, and that if a firm and far-seeing governor were not on the spot, terrible things might happen. Russian officials have a childlike faith in the efficacy of this well-worn trick. On one occasion, the capital woke up to find that revolutionary placards had been posted on the walls during the night. To judge by the tenor of these documents, things were threatening indeed. But here the fact that the police are a Finnish body, and are able to act independently of the governor, was of service, for the chief of the Helsingfors police was soon on the alert, and he had little difficulty in tracing the placards to their place of origin, the printing office of the Russian local staff. And from time to time the Russian papers and agencies published tales of emissaries, Polish, German, Swedish, English, it does not matter much which, who are at work in the country inciting people against Russia. In August last, a Berlin paper was induced to publish a peculiarly absurd story about a rising that had been arranged for in February or March, and about the great purchases of arms and ammunition that were being made in Birmingham in preparation for the interesting event. The only place where nothing at all is known of these things is Finland itself, where the people high and low remain resolutely calm and orderly. In justice to Russia, and to Russian writers in general, it must be added that these Fin-devourers are representative only of their own discreditable circle, and that the officials and hack writers are the objects of contempt and ridicule on the part of the intelligent and independent Russians. But unhappily, it is the ignorant reactionaries, and not the intelligent and independent, who have the most influence with the Emperor at present, and Finland suffers in consequence. In Governor von Haydn's time, the attacks of the Moskovia-Domosti on Finland were so virulent and untruthful that the governor himself, although a strong nationalist and unifier, was compelled to remonstrate through the Ministry of the Interior, and the paper received a first warning which compelled it, for the moment, to modify its tone. But there are no remonstrances or warnings now, although the Moskovia-Domosti and its school are more violent than ever. In pleasant contrast to the Moscow paper is the St. Petersburg namesake, which, since it came under the control of Prince Utomsky, has observed a dignified restraint and regard for the truth which are sadly lacking in most of the Russian journals. An English writer is not likely to be suspected of any partiality in selecting the St. Petersburg Via-Domosti for praise, for since Skobelev's death, England and English influence in the East have had no more determined and no more capable enemy than Prince Utomsky, but he fights his battles like a man of honour, and his paper is thus distinguished from the bulk of the Russian press. The Finnish question was indeed one of the causes of an outburst in the St. Petersburg Via-Domosti on April 15th last, which caused some stir in Russia, and which was read with much satisfaction by the Finlanders, who have suffered so many things from the jackal press. Prince Trubetskoy contributed on that day a signed article in which, basing himself on the desolation of Edom, as described by the prophet Isaiah.
Of which the present condition of the Russian press involuntarily reminds me.
He delivered a bitter attack on certain well-known papers.
But the cormorant and the bittern shall possess it, the owl also, and the raven shall dwell in it, and he shall stretch out upon it the line of vanity and the stones of emptiness. The wild beasts of the deserts shall also meet with the wild beasts of the island, and the satyr shall call to his fellow. The screech owl shall rest there, and find for himself a place of rest.
For wild beasts of the desert, the Russian version reads jackals, and for wild beasts of the islands, wildcats, and for bitterns, serpents.
You will see,
continues the writer,
how well this picture of woe and desolation agrees with the present condition of our press. The howling of the jackals, the screeching of the owls and the wildcats, the hissing of the serpents, that is which takes the place of comprehensible human speech, and which is not only permitted, but is regarded as useful.
There are, he goes on to say, questions of state which are of vital interest to the whole of Russia, but in these one hears only the cries of the jackals. With regard to Finland, to take an example,
the government declares that it has never thought of infringing the fundamental laws of the Grand Duchy, but the jackals cry out that they do not recognize these laws and call on us to trample them under our feet, and to reduce Finland to an atomic ruin like that of which the prophet speaks.
The best Russians, indeed, do not hesitate to express their sympathy with Finland, but they appear to have no power to check the jackals, whose only weapon is abuse and misrepresentation. Even a very prominent minister of state was reported this summer to have encouraged the Finlanders to make a stubborn resistance and to have promised them ultimate victory.
Grind, grind.
He is reported to have said,
the longer you grind, the better the flour.
But in a land where no public expressions of opinion are permitted, it is a little difficult to know how the grinding is to be done by men who see their country ruined before their eyes. Another Russian writer, bearing a well-known name and writing in a paper bitterly hostile to Finland, unconsciously supplies that country with a reason for resisting, to the last extremity, the process of Russification. The text of Monsieur Alexander Novikov, writing in the Novovremya of April 9th, is that Russia is half ruined, because in Russia there is no law, but only arbitrary power. The peasant, he says, does not try to improve his condition because he has no security, no confidence in law or justice.
He says with conviction, what is the law? You can do what you like. And he is right. Everything is possible because there is no law. People talk of economic and financial reform. How is it possible when on one hand ignorance robs the people of all initiative, and on the other no one can say what are his rights? I remember Katkov began one of his articles with the words, "The government is coming." Shall we be able to say one day to the peasant, "Stand up, my son, the law is coming"?
Compare this with the powerful remonstrance of the Finnish estates against being deprived of the law that is already theirs. Without security under the law, every nation must have a difficulty in working out its development. No people can feel itself secure so long as it stands in dread lest another law than its own may be imposed upon it, for a burden to the peasantry, as the old law expresses it. For the Finnish people, which has to contend with the obstacles to cultivation imposed by our harsh northern climate and our barren soil, the struggle will be twice as hard if it can no longer be carried out under the reassuring consciousness of the sanctity of the law inherited by the inhabitants from their forefathers, and in harmony with their own inborn sense of justice. For a people cannot change that idea of justice, which is the work of centuries. So natural is the apprehension which, with a people in the present situation of the Finlanders, cannot but be felt concerning its own laws and sense of justice, that it cannot well be misunderstood by anyone who, without prejudice or preconceived suspicions, endeavours to put himself in the same situation. But this is not enough. Where the sanctity of the law is not upheld, there the realization of its moral object suffers, for an obscured consciousness of right and a weakened sense of justice must be feared as its consequences, and revolutionary elements will most assuredly seek to gain a footing even in Finland, if the foundations of the people's consciousness of right are undermined. Especially serious importance will also attach, if edicts are to be issued in opposition to fundamental law, to the fact that those who appreciate the sanctity of the law can only be compelled by external force to obey those precepts which they regard not as law, but as a despotic command, whilst collisions of duty and distress of conscience will arise with many whose only desire is to act rightly. And it can easily be conceived that these fears, this anxiety, and this confusion will be calculated to drive numbers of those members of the community who are best fitted for work out of the country, and so deprive it of the material means for labour and culture, thus rendering this cold land poor in population, and in the means of maintaining cultivation. It is also evident that the capital, which above all requires safety and security, will disappear from a country which the former security for justice and safety are gone, as everyone is uncertain what changes the future may not have in store. The words, therefore, in which Alexander I justified his policy towards Finland continue to be valid now as in the beginning of the century, words in which he expressed the opinion that the constitution and the laws which, as being consonant with the disposition, the customs, and the culture of the Finnish people for a long series of years, have been the basis of civil liberty and peace, could not be without danger limited or altered. It is to be feared that from many quarters no decisive importance will be given to the circumstances here set forth, but the Estates venture to hope that when they are properly laid before him, they will not be found wanting in importance by his Imperial Majesty, to whom the care and the welfare of the Finnish people have been entrusted. It may be that the opposed interests of the Russian people will be advanced against all this, but unless it can be denied that the Finnish people also is indebted for its existence as a nation, with a social organization of its own, to a higher law than any merely human one, and to the same supreme guidance by which even the great nations have their missions and their goals marked out, it cannot be enjoined upon the Russian nation to seek to impede or to destroy the life of the Finnish people, nor can it be of any service to that nation if by using its great power it should deprive the Finnish nation of its laws and institutions, and of the position it enjoys for the fulfillment of its mission. This appeal seems almost to be an application and an extension of the words used by Burke on a similar occasion. The question is not whether you have the power to make your people miserable, but whether it is not in your interest to make them happy. Russia can, of course, appeal to brute force, and lay down for Finland what terms she pleases. But the lesson of violence and illegality is a dangerous one to teach in Russia, where the history of almost every reign is stained by crime from above and from below. It cannot surely be in the interest of Nicholas II to turn back the steps of Russia into the path of that barbaric despotism, tempered by assassination, from which all the emperors since Alexander I have tried at one time or another to save it. It would be grossly unfair, in speaking of Russia's relations with Finland, to ignore the good side of her past work in that country. That she largely left it alone, that the motto was, "Finland governs itself," is only half the truth, for it was Russia that first created the possibility of Finland growing prosperous through peace and self-government. In the troubled centuries, we are told, the passing greeting of peasants in the Finnish frontier districts was, "What is heard?" and the answer was war quite as often as peace. Since 1809, war, or the fear of war, has never troubled the Finnish peasant, and this the country owes to Russia. It was an immense benefit that was conferred on Finland when Alexander I put an end to the strife of centuries at Borgo, and gave the country its first impulse in the direction of progress and prosperity. Is it all to be abruptly stopped after 90 years? The mere supposition of such a thing seems monstrous. Many constitutional experiments have been tried in Russia. Some are still on their trial, and he would be a bold man who would venture to predict the outcome. In one corner only of the Tsar's dominions have the constitutional aspirations of the first Alexander had fair scope, and there they have been an unquestionable success. Surely both wisdom and honesty indicate that the successful policy of so many years should not be reversed. In spite of all that has happened, the people of the Grand Duchy still have hopes that the truth will sooner or later penetrate to the ears of Nicholas II, and when that happens, they have no great fear of the issue. It is hard to believe that the century whose first decade ended so brightly for them, owing to the statesmanship and the good faith of a Tsar, is destined to end in disaster, caused by the repudiation of that statesmanship and good faith by his latest successor. That the advocate of peace and disarmament is willing to go down to posterity as the Tsar who broke his word to Finland. End of Finland and the Tsars, 1809 to 1899, by Joseph Robert Fisher.